Hey everybody, it's me again, and it seems we will be able to continue. And I kicked you off thanks to Tripmer's amazing Always Be Running Volume 3 Mega Pre-Qualifier, which is a Has Bioroid track from that new, very recently refreshed album. Released. Refreshing is what happened with the servers. So JNet is back on track. And it seems things are working well. We will be starting the next round of lockdown number 13, the luckiest of lockdowns, as you may see on the screen, fairly soon, within the next few minutes. Just waiting for the people to settle in, just waiting for people to report in so that we all know what is going on. So yeah, let's just see how this is going to work out, how this is going to shake out. We did get Noah himself admitting that he broke JNet. So I can clearly tell you that I knew what was going to happen, of course. So to quote Noah from Slack, "Sorry I broke JNet, everyone. These bugs were directly my fault compared to the rest, which are my fault by responsibility." So I can just clearly tell you that us, as a tournament group, delaying the update that broke JNet is, of course, we were trying to save the world. We knew what's going on. We were just trying to stop people from breaking stuff and from stopping everybody from playing, and we kind of managed, right? Like that was kind of it, almost. But anyway, about that, I should be basically plugging in soon and making sure that we are ready to reboot this whole thing on the tournament side, of course. I'm just typing in, making sure that things are right on the side that I can do something about, which is timing and scheduling and whatnot. The runs have been paired, the people have been assigned to their tables. We do have a buy, which is Dunch. Dunch is hopefully going to be able to join me for the commentary. We already had Dunch joining earlier on. The thing is, well, let me just tell you this, things broke, so boom. Well, anyway, we do have still 17 players in the field, that's why there's a buy as well. And in good lockdown tradition, the person that gets the buy gets an invitation to the commentating booth. But anyway, on the side of things, in case you don't remember what lockdown is about, we have a custom ban list, which is generally the standard ban list expanded with a bunch of cards. And you can use the ABR or the lockdown command, whichever you prefer. But basically, I'm going to pull them all up in notification says Ocarina? Why do my notifications say Ocarina? This is ridiculous. They should say Anyway, I'm going to pull up all the links that I can, and for all the different banned cards and everything else, should be able to see this. Notification says Ocarina. Skippin', why does it say Ocarina? I am confused. I thought I'm clearly sure, and I'm absolutely sure that I actually set it up to say lockdown left and right. And if this is not working properly, then I have no idea what's going on with my setup. And I'm going to totally be super confused if I cannot figure out what exactly is going with my setup here. It would be so weird if that was actually the situation. No, should say lockdown everywhere. Well, anyway. Welcome back to everybody who's back on the stream following what is going on here on my screen. I hope you're doing fine. I pulled up all the lists. I pulled everything I could up onto the screen for your viewing pleasure. I did give people an hour of a break, and some folks might not be able to continue because time difference, and I'm really sorry for that. Oh, bummer. Well, anyway, this has been a very eventful, of course, a very eventful evening or day or afternoon, whatever you have there, morning for some. But we are definitely absolutely happy to be playing things like Always Be Running 3. Right now you have Focus Group featuring Alpha Chrome Yo-Yo. Excuse me, Yayo, not Yo-Yo. On the guitars. So yeah, there's going to be more Trip Mirror tonight. And there's going to be more Netrunner tonight. Let's see what's going to happen with this current lockdown round for number 13. I kind of feel like I want to jump into a table what we haven't seen yet. And by the way, in case you're wondering about the number of people playing, there's a Texas, whatever that stands for, but there's a tournament. Yeah, I think they're just running some sort of a Texas tournament. I have no idea what's going on. Let's just see what we can watch here. Let's look at people on the edge of things, shall we? So Deer and Longy are both on 9 points. Then there's Humble Juggernaut and Jamil and Willy and MCG and Nimsawich and Dios Mortis. A bunch of cool people on 6 points. Mons as well, from Malaysia. Hopefully able to play and continue. I kind of feel like I want to give Jamil a look because he has Wayland and Loss. So let's take a look if Jamil is around, setting things up, playing, if I remember correctly, from France. Scrolling for your fun and pleasure. Hope Jamil can make it back as well. If we had a drop, I ask people to let me know if they're dropping. But let's see. I'm pretty sure people are going to set up. I'm being a bit silly here, of course. I could just, well, I could just check the pairings, you know. Jamil should be playing with the one also known as Neo. So I haven't seen either of those just yet. So let's just ping people on the channel. Whoops. That was... A lot of folks are jumping 60 games online with a lot of new players testing the game out as well. This is amazing. Okay. Trying to find my table that I wanted to hang on to. Table for ready, everybody's ready there. So how has everybody been in this little break? I actually had a proper dinner. It also said Ocarina on my phone. Why does it say Ocarina? It should say Lockdown 13. What is going on? I'm believing less and less in the power of Restream because I'm using Restream to restream things. Go figure. But why is it saying those things? Why do you confuse me, Restream? Why do you confuse my lovely viewers? It should totally say, I don't know. This is broken. Clearly broken. Duh. Well, anyway. Folks taking spaces or places at their table. I'm still waiting for one table. Okay, there we are. Table 6. I'm going to be joining them. So, okay, we are absolutely ready. I'm just going to put the timer on. Okay, 65 minutes of Netrunner. Starting, potentially, soon. As in, now. I do want to see that game. Like I said, I might be joined by Dunch, but like I also said, there was a break, let's be honest. Oh, maybe I should get Captain Nice to join. Captain Nice, if you're interested in joining, in the commentary booth, there would be 3 of us potentially, but do hop on if you are so inclined. You know the place, you know the space. Good luck to both players. We have Cybernetics Division, reducing the player's maximum hand size by 1 on both sides. And Los, the first time the core breezes a piece of ice each turn, gain 2 credits. Everything seems visible. Everything seems to work. Although no, actually, the grip and the HQ number of cards is broken. So it seems. But let's not worry too much. It's working. It's good enough if it's working like this. Dunch is going to be joining us in a minute. Great, perfect, thank you. Maybe we're going to be joined by Captain Nice. You are more than welcome to join the commentary at any point you want. Just say hello when you join, because that is going to be...
Hello!
Hello! Welcome back. How are you after the break?
It's nice to be back.
Yeah, cards are working. We still have some issues with numbers and stuff, but seems to be working okay, at least on the mechanical side. You can actually draw and install and whatnot, so...
Oh, that's nice. Good.
Yep. We might be
Great.
joined by Captain Nice in a few minutes, maybe perhaps. But have you faced either Jamil or the one also known as Neo earlier in the day, or not? Do you have the experience?
Face one.
Oh, okay. Hello there! Hello.
Hello.
We're a trio right now, so you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna be a very terrible person. I'm gonna just leave this whole thing to you, because you are 2 voices that know exactly what's going on. I'm gonna...
Wait, what?
Yeah,
What?
You just jumped into game commentary at a tournament. No, I'm kidding. I mean, how are you doing?
I'm good. As I said before, I had the day to myself with my partner, so I decided not to join for the tournament, even though I kind of wanted to.
Minus points.
But I know I'm a terrible person, but I didn't expect it to still be on round 3. So it's like, oh, now I can spectate a little bit, which is actually very nice, because I like watching the games as well, even when I'm not participating.
Absolutely. I mean, one of the reasons why I do the commentary and the organization is that I can spectate without having to play and be super nervous. So yeah, helps a lot. Okay, well, we do have 2 players here that we've seen a bit of before. And I'm just curious about those decks, especially the Los Wayland combination. On the other side, we have Cybernetics Division. And what was it, Nat? Was it Nat, or am I wrong? I'm probably wrong. I'm always wrong. If I can be wrong, I'm going to be wrong.
Oh, Mwanza. I mean, this looks like a really cool deck.
Yeah.
I love these types of like HB trap decks that play Mwanza, maybe Punitive as well. Is Punitive legal for this tournament?
That is a very good question.
Yes.
And let me just look up. Yeah, absolutely. Yep. Confirmed. It is legal. So like I said, I'm leaving both of you to it. I'm going to be focusing on the chat. The booth is yours.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Ooh, Tempest.
What does it do again? Trace tree. Oh, because I've definitely seen this card before, but not very often though. The runner loses 2 clicks or suffers 1 brain damage.
Yeah. All the time I had this running, either had so much money that it didn't care, or it didn't work out with the trace.
Yeah, because so it's a trace first, and then it only fires if the trace is successful, and then even so, the runner still has a choice in doing either, if they have 2 clicks to lose, of course. This is it's an interesting card, but it's not a very good card. Although I guess if you have tons of money in a Mwanza deck, it might work out just fine.
Yeah, absolutely, and it helps with killing the runner.
Yeah, exactly. Which is what you want to do anyway. But so, are you playing today? And do you have like a buy this round, or or weren't you
Yeah,
able to play today?
I have to buy this round.
What are you playing?
Gnet and Jinteki Biotech.
Biotech is a cool deck, and it's also
Yeah.
rotating out, so it's nice that you get a last chance to play it.
Yeah, absolutely. I love this deck, but it doesn't really work out as it was planned, and yeah.
You haven't won a game with it yet?
I have absolutely won nothing.
No. Well, there's still at least one round left. So, or are you
Yeah.
playing 5 rounds?
Whoa, there's a flatline.
Wait, what happened? Oh, I didn't even recognize the card. Oh well, we did see a punitive. That was really
Yeah.
fast.
The
Wow.
new cool art.
Yeah, I told you, like, I have to get used to so many of these card arts. Like, for example, Snare as well. I was looking at it, it's like, what card is this? Oh, this is Snare. Really nice art on it. I really like this one. Yeah,
I
and
like the
punitive.
burning in the glasses. It looks amazing.
It has a really cool style. This was done by Zoe Cohen. Yeah, like, this is really, really nice art. Vesper's like rematch. I mean, this was a very quick match, but I mean, that's how it goes, right? You run into a snare or you steal something when you're not supposed to, and then you die.
It wasn't the fastest game I ever watched or participated in, but it was really, really fast.
Close to it. We got a flat line on turn 3, which is...
Yeah, but I had a loss in turn 1 as a corp and a flatline in turn 1 as a corp too.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, right now we're just waiting for them to remake the table, I guess. And yeah, there are other games going on as well, but I would like to see the rematch or like the reverse of this. Oh, here we go, right? Yeah, now Neo's going to be running. Okay, so we're jumping in. It's table 6. And here we go again. Maybe this game is going to be
Shiko.
over 4 rounds because we have a Shiko, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Nice one.
And this is the new art for Building a Better World. Also really, really gorgeous artwork.
Absolutely. I'm just thinking about alt art.
Mm-hmm. It reminds me
no.
a little bit of that as well, actually. With like the very tall skyscraper, instead of like the original art is fine, but it's literally just like a W. Here it's like you have, this invokes a certain image, I think, seeing like the skyscrapers and so on. I really like those types of artworks in my cards.
Absolutely. And it really fits the text that is under it above the competition.
Yeah, exactly. So I kind of wonder what Jamil will be on with his identity. Like very often with Wayland, with Building a Better World, it's either Jinja with all the transactions, the ones the HB ones that draw you cards and get you money, or it could be a straight up punitive deck that just like makes money and like tries to get the runner to spend a lot of money on expensive ice and then just blows them sky high.
I think it's punitive because Ginger is banned.
Oh, Jinja is banned. Oh, yeah. Man, then it's definitely not that. I mean, wouldn't be the first time that someone played an illegal card in a lockdown tournament, but I don't think that they are making that mistake.
I don't think so, too. So we see a direct dirty laundry run on this open R&D here.
And dropping 2 bin breakers, I mean, that's a great start for Neo.
Great first turn.
Just missing a paperclip, and then he can go completely ham on their
Yeah,
server.
but paperclip is sadly banned too.
Paperclip is also banned, so can you run Corroder?
Yeah, Corroder is legal.
Corroder is fine. So you probably run Corroder then, because what other option do you have in Anarch besides Corroder and Paperclip, which is banned?
There's one, but I don't get the name yet.
New updated hedge fund.
Berserker. I think it is.
Yeah, Berserker is the new one, right?
Nodes or Earthskin, if I get it right. Yeah, Earthskin.
I don't remember ever seeing this card. Wow. It's not even that bad. It's just that Paperclip is so good that it kind of eclipses everything else.
Yeah, absolutely.
Break up to 2 barrier subroutines, +1 strength for each subroutine on that barrier. Wow, that is actually legit pretty decent. Playing Beth is very interesting. But I guess if there's a lot of cards banned, then you have influence for days anyway. And then you can spend it on stuff like Anicam and Beth. We've already seen 7 influence of the 15.
And I don't think the one Arcanine runs a lockdown rule. So I think he took all the influence in he could.
So what are these new lockdown runes you're talking about?
So it's not really rules, but you can lock yourself down by some rules so that your seed is going down. Like for me, I'm -2. I'm running 5 of these rules with my whole decks.
Oh yeah, that's right. I remember reading about that. Yeah, that's very interesting. That like gives even more considerations when you're deck building.
But when you're looking at the seed, the most people just ignore them. That's a little bit sad, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
We see the seeds of 10, 10, and 9, and so on, really on the top.
Yeah, I will say I really like those deck building things that you can do, but Netrunner is a very complicated game. Deck building can be very tricky in parts, so sometimes you kind of just don't want to bother with that.
Yeah, absolutely.
A Winchester on HQ, I mean, that's usually where that goes. Although... Oh, no,
it's really good on.
No, I was going to say most of the subs aren't live, but it is actually, because I forgot it has a hardware sub, and then the end to run is only when it's on HQ. So the program one isn't live, but the other ones will fire.
Yeah.
Unless Neo wants to get his MK Ultra. But it's quite expensive. It's 2 to install and then 6 to break. And since Oshiko has a link right now, it might be cheaper to just let the traces fire and pay through it that way. He's thinking about it.
Isn't it 9 to break?
No, he has to do it twice, right? Because it's strength 4.
Yeah, but MK Ultra has just only strength 1 and gets +2 strength and breaks 2 sentry subroutines when you pay 6. And then you have 1 firing.
Yeah, but there's also the program one. Yeah, that one doesn't fire, but if he then he definitely doesn't want to get MK Ultra, because if he gets MK Ultra, then the program sub is live. I would just pay through this, right?
Yeah.
And Jamil is actually paying into the trace, which is interesting.
Ooh. Treasure piece of hardware. Yeah, you want that Anicam to go down really early.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's probably worth paying some money into this. He's also paying into the end to run.
Yeah, the more money the runner loses, the better.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
so
and
you can't use the spin breakers.
For sure. He's gonna lose 3 cards here, so that's kind of rough.
Yeah, but I think that's okay. You can't really do anything against it.
No, that's true.
Oh, and there's a Trickster Taka going.
Oh.
And a Fencer. Interesting.
Very interesting in that case that he's spending influence on the Anicam when he has the companions, because he could just be on Keiko, but I guess he values the card draw more than the credits.
Yeah.
Corporate sales team, I mean, I imagine there's also a bunch of agendas banned. If you can play some of the classics, corporate sales team is always a great one to have.
Yeah, so there are some bands, Bellona and Cyberdeck Sandbox.
Yeah,
So
some people would call this the poor man's Cyberdeck sandbox. So, which one is that? Oh, Oaktown. Also with really good updated artwork as well.
nice. Though I personally like the old one more.
They're both very good for sure. This agenda in the new Wayland identity, the one that gets you 2 credits when you first advance a card each turn, is absolutely ridiculous.
I think it's only when it's not advanced.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, so it wouldn't work on when you do it on the next turn. But so if you install this and then advance it, you basically get 3 credits from this.
Yeah, that's
That's-
really, really good.
And this is prepaid voice, but I'm having to hover over all the cards to be like, what is this? Well, usually I could just look at the card like on the side and be like, oh yeah. Unless it's something, unless it's something a little bit unknown, like Berserker, which you mentioned. I was like, huh? Oh yeah, that's a card they printed apparently. It's not even an old one or anything. I just forgot it existed. Second Oaktown in the remote.
So it seems like Jamil is relatively flooded with agendas.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he's just drawing it.
Yeah, I think he just wants to go really, really fast, which makes sense because Hoshiko is, in terms of Anarchs, is not someone who runs out of steam, because some of the Anarchs have the issue that they run out of steam a little bit towards the mid to end game. But Hoshiko doesn't really have that problem because she has so much money.
Yeah, and it totally gets the money back all the time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. I think he probably has like a barrier breaker somewhere, or he's bluffing it out, so he probably just wants to go as fast as possible before the barrier breaker comes out, because then Neo can run basically anywhere he wants.
Ooh, day job. So the runner's up on money now. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Also really nice, you're basically spending a turn getting money from it. It's cheaper with Mamie, but then you also get a free card draw from Anycam, so it's even more value. Oh, and also with the prepaid voice pad. So that was essentially free.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, you spent your entire turn on it, but then you get all the money. And there's the Dream Net, so even more value.
Yeah, but we have to wait a little bit until she gets digital again.
Mm-hmm.
Full load of it. But there's really, really good money on the runner side now.
He's drawing pretty aggressively now, which makes sense. He just really wants to get his Fractor out, I imagine. Another Mamie and a Black Orchestra.
Yeah, nothing really important now, so...
Mm-hmm.
Just wait to get the Fractor.
Was wondering if he ran Gashapon, but I guess not, because if he's running Anycam, then he probably has a lot of events, and if you have a lot of events, then Gashapon gets a lot worse than usual.
Yeah, if he had a paperclip, yeah, that's Ben. I would thinking about if he has who's he? How was it called? The Trooper, Cyber Trooper, to loot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely.
Stronger.
Cyber Trooper to loot is very nice, especially if you have influence to spare, which he seems to have. Then I would definitely consider a copy or two. You have that Anar deck that runs Aesop's and Cyber Trooper to loot, and every turn you trash one of your breakers, get 3 credits, and then you reinstall it. It will have +2 strength. That's a really, really strong deck.
Yeah, I have one of that, and it's in work in progress, and I have one work in progress version up. Netrunner DB.
Do you also run it out of Hoshiko? Because I've also seen it in Kim. You can do it too, but it's probably best in Hoshiko.
I have it in Kim.
Oh, you do have it in Kim. That's really nice. I actually think Kim is quite underrated.
It's so much fun just to hit HQ and to trash a boom or something for no cost. Okay, boom is trash cost, but
yeah, the best thing is when you run.
Hard to use.
Yeah, exactly. When you run last click and you see the hard-hitting news, you're like, smash that. And now I'm probably saving the next turn unless they have a second copy. That's really, really great. Oh, lucky find. I completely keep forgetting that card is legal now because of Salvage Memories.
I'm not really happy about a good number of the Savage memory cards.
Which one are you unhappy about?
E3 feedback implants. I see it a little bit too often.
People usually play it out of Quetzal, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's really good in Quetzal.
small guy stacks.
Oh yeah, guys as well. Jesus, yeah. I mean, I know a lot of people are quite happy to see guys go for sure.
And it's quite good in a small guy stack, like what is Nimzowitsch running in this tournament with ads. It's really, really good.
So we're just seeing a couple of value runs and archives here. Yeah, still no Fractor. But, I mean, he has 18 cards left in the stack, so he has to get it soon-ish, I imagine.
Yeah, but I don't think he can really draw that aggressive anymore, because he's a little bit running out of steam too early then.
Double mining accident. Oof.
Yeah, that's one thing you generally don't really want to trash.
Yeah, he was probably thinking about playing one, but you usually don't want to play just one. You want to play two during the same turn because that's the most value. Although, yeah, no, I think that's probably best.
So what could this be in server 1?
You tell me. What do you still have in terms of 3-pointers? Well, you still have the most, like, you don't have... do you have GFI?
Yeah, it's legal.
GFI is legal. Could be GFI then. Or maybe even something spicy like a high-risk investment or an SDS or something. Oh, there's the barrier breaker.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just good old corroder.
Yeah. I think he can get in now.
Yeah, he has plenty of money. Well, that would have kept him out if not for the corroder.
So an SDS would be really nice.
Mm-hmm.
It would call bye-bye corroder.
Oh, well, he could just trash the Black Orchestra. Oh, it's 2 barriers and a blockchain. Blockchain, quite expensive for corroder, not so much for paperclip. This is where that change comes in.
Oh, it's a high-risk investment.
Oh, it is a high-risk investment. Oof. Yeah, that definitely switches tempo very much towards Neo, because Jamil literally has 1 credit left. Nothing's rests on R&D either, so if I was Neo, I'd just like go check R&D.
Absolutely.
He kind of has everything he needs. Yeah, and he's doing exactly that.
And we could possibly see the win right there.
Yeah, Jamila is in a bit of a tough spot. He's getting 1 credit from corporate sales team, but yeah, now best thing he can hope for is just click for 3, I guess, and then next turn get a hedge fund or something. Or if he has an NGO, that would help. Is NGO legal?
No, NGO is banned.
Ugh, yeah, then his options are quite limited.
Evershida in server 1 would be possible. Just to force Neo to run.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Beanstalk, that's nice because that gets him back in the money.
There's so much transactions I didn't think of.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I was also thinking, like, well, he can play hedge fund because he's still owing credits, but Beanstalk fixes that right up. Look, he's back up. He's back up to 10 credits with 2 Beanstalks.
That's so amazing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I have a feeling that, building a better world is kind of a one-trick pony. But if there is something you really need, is like they can dig you back out of the hole. I think only Blue Sun and the outfit do it better. But building a better world is also really good at going up from like 0 to 20 credits, like pretty fast if you get the right transactions.
Absolutely. And I think it's a little bit more flexible than outfit.
Mm-hmm.
Because in outfit you get these nasty bad publicities that slow you down in the long run.
Yeah, exactly. I think the outfit is good if you can really put the pedal to the metal and be very aggressive. You have a very high ceiling, but you can also fold really hard if you don't draw the right cards. And if you give the runner enough time, then they can make use, as you say, I'll fold it, bad pop, and then they can kind of throw that back in your face. I think building a better world, while generally weaker, is also more, consistent in like I think they suffer less from having bad hands. What is this? Oh, it's Horton. I act like this isn't the super common card, but again, I didn't recognize the artwork immediately. This is also really nice.
I like the flower field, but I can't really put one together by.
Mm-hmm.
Why is there a flower field in Horton?
And a slot machine. Yeah, this is quite expensive, but it would have been better, of course, to have the ice reverse, but the option wasn't there.
No, the slot machine is nice. It's really expensive.
Mm-hmm, yeah, definitely. This is now quite an expensive server to run. So if Neo doesn't get an agenda here, that might give Jamil a little bit of breathing room to kind of try to draw into something, but then he still needs to score it.
Yeah, and when Neo doesn't break this, Jamil is back again on up to 6 credits.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, paying 6 to
breaking it.
Yeah, exactly. It would have been a 6 credit swing either way, and I think he cares more. Like, I'd rather pay 6 to keep you down in 3 credits than having me lose 3 and you gain 3. I think that is the correct play here.
Yeah, I like the DreamNet firing there.
Mm-hmm. Such a good card. Absolutely incredible. Probably my favorite card that Nisei has done on the runner side.
And there are no dirty laundries left. There's
No.
a good number of economy cards are gone for Neo, so
Yeah, definitely. I imagine he runs 3 Deuces Wild. Although there is quite a bit of influence now. Like, he has the Bath, the Anicam, there's another Anicam in the bin. So that is already quite a bit of influence. The 1 Deuces. And the Lucky Find as well. I don't imagine he has several Lucky Finds, because that would be too much influence.
yeah, we see 12 influence here.
Mm-hmm.
On the board and the bin.
So yeah, so maybe like 2 more Deuces and something else, or like another Lucky Find of the Deuces.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, and there's 1 copy of Sure Gamble, so there's at least 2 more Sure Gambles, which is nice. Red level clearance. Super solid card, of course. I really like how it gives you an extra credit in Wayland, so it's just straight up value.
Yeah, and the best of it is a transaction, so it builds up the blockchain a little bit more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, blockchain is now up to, there's a bunch. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 transactions in the bin now. So that blockchain has 6 subroutines, and this is where Paperclip would have been so nice against Corroder, because Corroder has to spend a lot of money for the blockchain.
Yeah, they're at 8 credits at the moment just to make blockchain.
Yeah. And I mean, the Enter run is the only one that matters, but you can't let this fire, like, preferably not even once, because it's such a big credit swing if you let this fire.
Yeah, okay, at the moment, not really. Just break the Enter run, and Neo would be totally bankrupt there.
Oh yeah, that's true. Neo only has 2 credits. Wow, that went really fast, because like a few turns ago he was at like 16 or something, and now he's at 2.
Yeah.
There's a couple credits on the Mamie, so that's really nice.
Or not, because he had to get them down.
Mm-hmm. Labor rights. Well, that will shuffle back some money, I imagine.
Totally.
Lucky Find, Sure Gamble. Yeah, that's great. And maybe a Deuces? Or a Wanton if he wants to be aggressive there. What would you shuffle back here?
I think they should gamble.
Yeah, that's what he's doing. He's shuffling back Lucky Find into Sure Gamble, so pure econ. And look at that, there's a sure gamble.
So
That's just silly. 3 from Mamie and 1 from prepaid voice pad. That's a lot of money.
yeah, and these back up to 10 credits. Just half of a turn and he's back up and can run again.
Anarch doing Anarch things. I'm gonna think a bit. I think he's gonna math out how much it costs him to get into the server, maybe.
Yeah, 3 credits for the spiderweb and
Yeah, if he lets the blockchain fire, it's gonna cost him. So that to break the end to run is not that expensive. It's only 3, and then 3 for the spider web. And then if he doesn't care about the other subroutines, yeah, the corp will gain 1. So the corp will gain, what was it, like 5 credits or something, or 4, and then he will lose something. So what he can do is he can install something, and then he won't lose any credits from the blockchain. But Jamil will get a bunch, though.
yeah, I think that's not really what Neo wants there.
No, you can be giving building a better world too much money.
Yeah, but at least with the moment general point scores, the kill option is out of the window.
Yeah, exactly. I think Neo can afford it just to be like a little bit relaxed. I don't know what he has in the deck still, but if I was him, since I've set up, he probably has like a multi-axis plan. I would probably slow down just a little bit, exactly click for a few credits, get a turning wheel or a maker's eye or whatever else he has to like get his multi-axis.
There are a lot of multi-axis cards banned, so there's no turning wheel and also no. Wait, I can look it up right now.
Probably no Stargate because that card is very often banned.
There's no Stargate, there's no diversion, no indexing, no legwork, no maker's eye, no medium.
Wait, there's no maker's eye either? Someone banned maker's eye? Wow.
Yeah. And the turning wheel.
Wow, that's wild.
So a really, really good number of these win cons is.
What do you have? What do you have left? Even I guess Kyushyuk, but you're not playing Kyushyuk in this deck, I imagine.
I think it's a little bit too expensive, influence-wise.
Yeah, well, it's only 2 influence, so you can get away with playing a cheeky Kyushyuk, and it's actually not that bad if you're playing Mamie and voice pad because that makes it a lot cheaper. Oh, you have you have indexing. I forgot about the indexing.
Yeah, indexing is banned too.
Oh, well, so that leaves almost nothing. Well, there's it's not a second lucky find because he shuffled it back, so there's probably only 1 copy.
Yeah, there are some cards you can use. Especially the one of Hoshiko herself, the resource. Ooh, there's an imp.
Well, that's cool because while not multi-access, it kind of functions a little bit in thinning out HQ and R&D to make it easier to get good accesses. So, I mean, that's a great card to have.
Yeah, and the Winchester is not really a big thing to. Oh,
yeah, and he's done. Yeah, no problem anymore. Oh, and he has the Cyber Dex on hand. That's really good to deal. If I was Jamil, I would have. If he was gonna rest that anyway, I would have maybe rest that first to also get rid of the Data Sucker counter.
Yeah.
It's not terrible though. Like getting rid of the imp was definitely the most important. It would be so rude if Jamil doesn't have an ice to put on HQ now if Neo installs a second imp.
Yeah.
There's 1 in the bin. He might run 3.
At least he can't simul chip it back.
So hostile getting scored. I mean, I should probably, instead of asking you all these questions, I can just open the tournament page and can look it up myself what the ban list is. Don't have to let you work for me the entire time. Okay, I have the ban list in front of me. Let's see. Atlas is not banned, apparently. Okay, so the thing that Jamil can do is, well, now he has no cards in hand, but the thing that he can do is he can get Atlas, and he can get, what is the name again? Audacity, and he can win that way. He doesn't even need to rely on the remote if he has those cards.
Biotic could win him the game too.
Biotic would definitely work too. He's rich enough for it for sure.
And we didn't saw. Okay, there's a bunch of HP influence splashed here and there.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe there would be space for one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not unheard of to have just like the one copy or one copy and an archive memories or something like that.
At the moment, we can see, I think, 9 influence on the corp side that are splashed out.
Another blockchain on the remote, so that remote is becoming increasingly impossible to get in.
Yeah, especially as there are 1, 2.
And having that blockchain in front of the spider web is very nice, because then the subroutines of losing credits become super relevant, because at a certain point you're not going to be able to break the spider web and the second blockchain.
Yeah, absolutely not, especially as there are 5 extra subroutines at the moment on this blockchain.
At least Slot Machine isn't that bad anymore, because of the one card.
Yeah, it's only costs you 3.
Yeah, and 3 for the Whoredom, so 6 credits to run, not too bad. You can just try to get single accesses. That's a great card to top deck if you're Jamil. Draws you 2 more, gets you a click probably. I think it could still definitely go either way.
Yeah, absolutely. The one question that's me is server 1 safe at the moment with these big blockchains?
If Neo wants to get in, he still definitely can, but probably not more than once. So if he's gonna make a run there, he has to make it count. So what Jamil probably wants to do is make it so that he puts something in there, force a run, and then if it's nothing, then he can try to win from there. And if you're Neo, you probably just want to try to win off R&D, or maybe force a rest on HQ now, because there's a new ice there.
Yeah.
Okay, here goes. Big decision thinking. Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely some room for an interesting decision here.
There's probably another hippo there, so he could think of trashing the eyes on HQ again.
Mm-hmm. There's one hippo in the bin, so
one removed from the game.
And one removed from game. Yeah, so he probably has one left, so he has to make that one count for sure. Yeah, this is definitely, especially since the first game was so fast, this is definitely a time where you think a little bit about it. Well, there's a labor right, so what we were saying before about card counts doesn't matter, because now he can get back whatever he wants.
Absolutely.
And now, yeah, and he probably still has the third labor right, so he can do it all again if he wants to. Oh, what a card. What a card, labor rights.
So what do you think will he take back? Probably some money.
Yeah, I was also thinking money, but he has already selected a wanton, which is also not bad. Doing one wanton now will literally trash every card in HQ. Yeah. If he manages to draw into it, but if he shuffles back 3 wanton, he will draw into it. But a question is, I don't think you want to shuffle back 3 Wanton, because then you like having 3 seems really, really bad. You probably also want Econ, but if you shuffle back Econ, then you have a chance of drawing into that Econ with your labor rights click. And I think you want to do the Wanton this turn if you're going to do it. Which is probably what he's thinking about right now as I'm saying this.
Yeah. He could shuffle back a day job to get the maximum out of the money,
Mm-hmm.
but it could cost him the whole turn if he
Mm-hmm.
draws it.
Yeah, exactly. Day job is the most sheer value in terms of money, but this late in the game where you kind of have to check stuff to make sure the corp doesn't just win, it's probably not the best one because it takes up the entire turn, even if it gives you the most money. He's taking a lucky find too. Now this is an interesting space. Do you shuffle back 2 Wantons and just hope you draw one of the Wantons and then have the money? Do you shuffle back 1 Wanton and hope you draw that? And it's just it doesn't seem like a huge decision, but it is, and there's a lot of space for new ones here.
Is there anything else that would be relevant to shuffle back? I don't think so.
Yeah, good question. I don't think so either. There's Imp, but Wanton is just straight up better if you're going to hit HQ. Yeah, I think the question is really either it's 2 Econ and a Wanton, or 2 Wanton and an Econ, right? I think that's kind of where the what has he chosen? Yeah, a lucky
Sure
find, sure gamble, and a Wanton. Yeah, and now it's the question whether he drew into it. 1 in 3. If he drew into it, I would definitely play that this turn. Hit the hand again. Make sure he's at 0 cards. Limit his options.
And probably could trash an agenda out of the hand if there is one.
Mm-hmm. Where's the hippo?
There's the hippo, yeah. Yeah, I think he didn't really want him.
Mm-hmm. No, I don't think so either.
He's
Because
just preparing.
yeah, he's probably gonna try to do it next turn. Yeah, the Beth is actually like paying off really well. I was a little bit surprised by that choice, but he was probably expecting Rich Corpse, and if you have Rich Corpse, then you get an extra click, which makes Wanton all the better, and Day Job as well. So that's actually a really, really good choice from him.
Ooh, we see a lateral growth there.
Even more influence, also a really good card for building a better world.
Especially as this is a transaction, so.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome and thank you for volunteering your time to the Sandman.
Yeah,
Even
there's
more.
Chicago.
Yeah, and he's already drawn to his deck again.
Whew.
Lots of money. So next turn, probably Wanton time. He has the hippo to get rid of the ice. So what is Jamil going to do?
He could try to protect himself with another ice.
Yeah, even
So-
just installing something on the outside and only resting the inner ice would be not too bad, depending on what it is.
Would
Or
be
drawing...
really good if it was another blockchain there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. Or drawing up just to like make sure that his HQ is a little bit protected. Yeah, but the problem is Neo is going to have 5 clicks. Unless he actually installs 2 ice just to go down under 15 credits, but no. He is installing the
there's
second
the
ice though. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, lateral growth is really, really great. Paying 1 to get 4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, in building a better world, it basically becomes not only do you get three credits, so you're basically getting beanstalk value, you also get an install out of it, and it's a transaction, so that fuels your block change, which is kind of the star of the show, especially in the late game.
It's amazing that the corp is still on 50 credits.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's the third blockchain, right? Because there's one on the remote as well. Oh no, that's a Whoredom. Sorry. not too expensive. It's going to hippo it.
Yeah, that's sad hippo. Ooh, a trebuchet.
That's a fun one. It's not too expensive to break. He can also use his data suckers to make it like a lot cheaper.
Yeah.
And that's just what he's going to do.
There's only one subroutine that really matters, but
Mm-hmm.
he must break it.
Yeah, definitely. He's only going to lose 2 cards.
Yeah, but Liu still has 2 clicks left to probably check archives or R&D.
Yeah, exactly. I would probably go check archives right now, because then you literally... The card in the remote literally doesn't matter, otherwise Jamil would have done something with it already. And there's nothing in hand. So he can literally just... He has the money to go check archives, and then even check the top card of R&D, because then you have perfect information about everything.
Okay, at least he's making a run on R&D.
Mm-hmm.
Probably hitting archives last.
Yeah, that's... I would have probably checked archives first, especially because it's cheapest, but if there's nothing in archives, I think you definitely check both servers this turn. Especially with the 2 bet pop, like the runs are becoming pretty cheap. Does he have it?
No, there's nothing.
Then I would definitely go for archives now. Considering the bet pop, it only costs... If he uses the data sucker to make Mouseless 4 strength, it only costs him 1 real credit, and then you give 1 credit to Jamil, which is, as far as Mouseless goes, that is about as cheap as you can expect recently.
Yeah. I think that's best course of action for Liu here.
It's like he's reading our minds.
Or we are trying to read him.
Exactly. So is there anything there? Yeah, there is an agenda there.
Oh, there are 2 agendas.
Oh, 2 even. Oh, there was another hostile there.
Really good hit.
Mm-hmm. He probably Jamil drew into that with like his second or click or something, or even his first on his previous turn, but he couldn't score it, of course. He probably was trying to hold on to it, but yeah, there was no way with that one that I was ever going to stay in HQ.
Yeah, and jamming it into server 1 doesn't protect it.
No, exactly. And the worst thing of all is it wouldn't even have won him the game because he was at 5 points. It was a good game though. Very good game.
Absolutely.
Yep, a very good game here. Was quite exciting to see this happening, and it was very fairly balanced, right? I mean, we saw players do their thing, both on game point and whatnot, and we still have games going on. So pick a table, any table. We have around 15 minutes or so, maybe a bit more in the round, so there's still a chance of grabbing a good game here. Do we actually have any games going? That's the question. There's Frizzler's game versus Odal.
Odal is on Sunny. I wouldn't mind seeing that actually, and Nisei Division as well.
Okay, we can just jump in there. It's one of the top tables, I believe. Yeah, the rest is mostly Torzog. So yeah, let's take a look there. Frizzler's game, it is then jumping in, loaded nicely. And here we are. Over to you.
Oh,
wow, this game is already... this game is very interesting. Odal has 5 points scored, almost no ice rest, and has a Nisei that is removed from game? How did... Oh,
and the vulnerability audit. Yeah, data dealer.
There's and a vulnerability audit as well, so they were all given to data dealer. Oh,
Yeah.
Fizzler is on Ian Sterling. Oh, that's interesting.
I think he's on derezzing. We see one of the bird breakers here.
Oh, that's really interesting. And then Amina and Tapeworm equivocation. Oh, this is wild. And also a Hot Pursuit, which is a card that you like never see out of Chessmender.
Yeah.
This is kind of this is a very wild deck. I like
I've
this.
seen
is
it in an
wild.
S deck.
Sorry, in what?
In an S deck, I've seen it once.
Mm-hmm.
With Citadel and all this stuff.
Yeah. Auto-resing a Cortex lock, which is not too bad because he has Buchalter. Buchalter breaks it for 4 credits, right? And then you get 2 back. Yeah.
Yeah.
Really, really not too bad.
But the question is the 1 damage really that bad?
Is 1 net damage worth 2 credits? It usually depends, right, on your hand. In this case, I'd probably just pay for it. Oh, okay. Making a run on archives. I mean, there are 5. I haven't actually checked archives yet. Double Biofold and an archive memory. So it's interesting. Archive memories in Nisi Division, like out of Jinteki, with Biovolt, you're usually expecting La Costa, although should probably eat my words. Maybe La Costa is banned. Wouldn't be the first time. Oh no, it is not banned actually.
It's not.
Oh, okay. In that case, well, you can still do interesting stuff. The cool thing with Archive Memories, of course, is that it isn't telegraphed as much, because one of the things you can do in Jinteki is, of course, if you install 2 cards in a remote, very often you're kind of telegraphing, hey, this is an agenda and a La Costa, or maybe a Biofold, which the runner probably wants to trash anyway.
Or
At least-
something funny that gives you money back.
Yeah,
Like
exactly.
a Mark Sweaty.
Exactly. So usually there is very little tricks with Biofold. It's more expensive, but it's not telegraphed. It just comes out of hand, and it ruins the runner's day.
Yeah, absolutely.
You also have that new card, the new HB card that places 2 agenda counters. The one that's in Gateway. I forgot the name for a second. But that's also going to be a really, really amazing card to like sneak out games with.
Yeah.
Odal is pretty poor, so doesn't have a whole lot of options to protect himself. Although, one of the things with Nisi Division, which I really like, is that a lot of the ice that is very taxing for the runner and pretty good at giving you money, like Aiki, is free or near near free. Aiki, quite expensive to break, only costs 1 credit. And then, of course, the absolute star of the show is Mind Game, which is 0 to res and 4 strength, which is pretty much gold standard when it comes to ice. And this is something that the runner almost always has to break, because, while not a true end to run, it might as well be for what it does.
Yeah. Sometimes you're just landing somewhere you don't want to land.
Exactly. And then you can jack out after it fires, but then you have to install a card to the bottom of your stack, which, unless you have something you really don't care about, is also not ideal.
Yeah.
And Frizzler doesn't have a ton of board presence. I mean, the data dealers, of course, like, you don't really mind losing that much because it's 0 to install. But yeah, like, losing the run by being bounced to another server is what you really care about.
Yeah. And Frizzler lost a good amount of money since we're looking here. It's now down to 8 credits. Didn't he start with something around 24?
Yeah, like, it goes really fast in these games, right? Like, one moment you're looking up, and then it's, oh, where did all the money go to?
I was just looking up 1 card. A Kakurenbo would be really interesting with the Bio Walls. So just give up your whole turn to put a Bio Vault back into a server.
Yeah. Definitely, in the case of a Biofold, that is definitely worth it. Because Kakurenbo it's 2 credits to play, right?
Yeah, and the whole turn.
And the whole turn, yeah. Yeah, exactly. But if you can get back a Biofold, it's usually worth it. I also saw there was a too big to fail here.
Yeah.
Which that's a lot of influence for. Oh, there's a Tapworm. But yeah, that's a lot of influence. There's one Archive Memories, one Too Big to Fail, and a Divert Power. So this is a Divert Power deck.
Yeah. But the
I know-
type power is really okay with just
Mm-hmm.
one influence. Yes, I think Titanium is there too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Titanium is also like 2 or 3 influence. 2. Oh, just 2. Not too bad.
Yeah,
I've-
it's really, really nasty.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, a Fisk investment seminar. And RNG is slowly but surely running dry.
Mm-hmm.
So if server 1 isn't on the agenda and Frizzler can't get in there,
You kind of have to assume this is an agenda, right?
yeah, absolutely.
Because what have we seen? There's removed from game. There is a Nisei and a vulnerability audit. There's a Nisei scored and a future perfect. So that could be a second vulnerability audit or the third Nisei, or
Yeah.
something else, of course. But if it's a Nisei, yeah, then he doesn't have a way to deal with the Excalibur. So it literally, if he doesn't have a way to deal with the Excalibur, there's literally no way he's getting into the remote.
Absolutely, yeah. At least it can't be a Biowall, so we can really, really be sure that this
Yeah, this is another one of those moments, as we said before, you kind of have to allow yourself a quick think, as I always say. Quick think and just be like, okay, what is my next course of action?
there's a Hugo Freecog also running.
Yes, exactly. So even if the Excalibur wasn't there, it's looking really bad. Oh, well, that deals with Excalibur.
At least for once.
Yeah. So technically, if the Yobo doesn't fire, he can get in twice because the Nisei protects only once. But he has to get very lucky with his Psy games then. So
Yeah.
I guess he's just Hail Marying here, which I do understand because he will literally lose the game if he doesn't get this. Because yeah, going on R&D and just getting multiple agendas also seems near impossible.
And don't think there's that much in hand.
No, I don't think so either. Yeah, he kind of has to. He has to Hail Mary. Well, how good are your Psy games, Frizzler? I've seen people being absolutely god tier Psy games, so he can pull this off if he is extremely lucky. I also think that Nisei Division fires before the Odol has to decide to fire it before the Yobu, I think. Or does it fire during the same window when the runner makes a successful run on the chosen server? Yeah, so he has to fire Nisei before the run is successful.
Ooh.
But yeah, that is basically that's the end of it.
Yeah,
Because
Frizzler run once again, but he's
Yeah.
definitely out.
yeah, he has the Nisei, so it doesn't matter. If that's an agenda, it doesn't matter where he runs. We can just end it. If that isn't an agenda, then we have a game, but no, it's not. Odol just saying, nope, it doesn't matter.
And it seems, yeah. Oh, corporate sales team.
Yeah, it makes sense. We're probably going to see that a lot during this tournament.
Absolutely, yeah.
Really good attempt from Frizzler, but his Yoni wasn't quite up to par. As someone who really sucks at Psy games, I can relate to this very, very much.
Yeah, me too.
It's one of the-
won a good Psy game and
Mm-hmm. And that's like
Never
the one.
again.
That's the one you'll always repeat to, like, oh yeah, there was this one Psy game for the win that. Besides, and you never mention like the 50 Psy games for the win that you've lost during your Netrunner career.
Yeah, it's
a bit more.
an interesting observation from MCG in the chat. It's like Odol still not lost a Psy game on stream. So yeah, that's a bit scary. It's a skill. It's a skill.
That makes sense because Odol is also the person who won, I think, Polish nationals with Agent Fusion.
Yeah.
I'd be really afraid to play against him on like these types of like Jinteki Glacier decks that make use of a lot of Psy games.
Yeah.
It's just really scary to play against someone who really has a command of Psy games and knows how to win them constantly, because they're kind of balanced around the fact that, you know, or maybe you'll get the same amount and it won't do anything. But if the person is always somehow getting a different number, then I mean, I guess it doesn't matter then.
Yeah. Let's jump for the last 5 minutes into table 5. It's kind of down the list of the 13 competitive games right now. It's Nimsovich versus Deus Mortis. I hope they're still on. If they finished, we can still jump into a different table, but it still looks like it.
It's still open.
That's cool. Okay.
Well, yeah, 1 a gen on both sides, so this game is definitely still on.
Yep.
But looking at that board state, though, look what Ace has on the board. Holy moly.
Yeah, that is really, really big.
They have been assembling Exodia the entire game. This is a really beautiful board state. Wow. And so looking at Deus Mortis' list, this is probably like a more asset spammy Jinteki RP, because I'm seeing Moonbot, I'm seeing Sundu is not unheard of course, but I'm seeing Bioethics, I'm seeing Moonbot, so this is probably a more asset spammy variant.
Yeah, especially with this bioethics.
Mm-hmm. But it seems that sorry, I need to pronounce their name correctly. Nimzowitz has been really good at keeping their board down, because Deus Mortis only has a Moonbot at this point, which is a nice card, but that's not what you want out of like Jinteki RP. If you're gonna make the horizontal service, you want like 20 cards neatly in a row, and right now it's not looking too great.
Yeah. And at least we don't Nimzowitsch don't have to really fear an Obokata because it's banned.
Oh yeah, Obokata's banned. Yeah, that makes sense.
So there are still enough cards left.
Mm-hmm. There's also no Engram Flush, which means that, I mean, there's definitely still expensive. I mean, DNA Tracker is pretty expensive. Wall of Thorns can be expensive, although Boomerang deals with that very, very nicely.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's silly. Yeah, I mean, I get wanting to play something like Wall of Thorns to make up for the fact that you're losing, you know, good cards like Engram Flush, maybe Anansi. Yeah, Anansi is also banned. But I would definitely place, if you're gonna... Oh, he actually got the Psy game right. Nimzowitz's Yoni is very strong. Anyway, yeah, I would definitely play something like DNA Tracker over Wall of Thorns, and probably they play Tree, but Wall of Thorns is just like, it's so bad. It dies to Boomerang so heavily, and yeah, even to Corroder, it's not that fantastic. It costs 5 to break.
Yeah.
And 8 to rest, so...
It's really, really expensive for bringing nothing to the table.
Yeah, exactly. And even as a face check, it's not too bad. Like 2 net damage compared to DNA Tracker, which is 3 net damage and 6 credits.
Yeah.
Not that fantastic. But, I mean, if your options are somewhat limited, of course, you'll take what you get, which I totally understand.
I personally prefer Lindsay.
That is the sentry that does like 1 net damage or trash the top 2 cards, and then it goes up from there, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's definitely a good card, and especially if you want to grind out with something like Bioethics, that is a pretty legit card. And I also imagine that Deus Mortis plays a Hostile Infrastructure. And there's also the other sentry. I forgot the name. Saisaton, it's called, right?
Yeah.
But
I don't think it's really good because of strength 2 and just 3 subroutines. It's 4 to break with Bughalder, so...
That's true. Yeah, also not ideal. Like, looking at this Aces board state, this feels almost a little bit like a Geist list, you know, with the back, triple tech trader, E3, what we mentioned before, E3 feedback implants, and then, of course, the Boomerang spam and so on. This looks really, really solid.
To play against it really feels like playing against Geist.
Mm-hmm. And another agenda off the top. Wow. GFI. So They are on 6 points now. So if they can get like one more House of Knives or maybe
Sting.
a Philotic or something, or a Sting. Yeah, Sting is definitely an option here as well. Yeah, this looks like a really rough game for Deus Mortis. It's one of those things, like these types of decks are really difficult to play against if, you know, like if you let them get away from you, because then they build up so much momentum that you can't really do much about it. But this is a really nice position to be in if you're Nimzowitz, because even if they install, if Deus Mortis installs 3 now and passes turn, you have 22 credits, so what are they going to do? You just run, for example, Archives, you force a res or you don't, and then you just check all the remotes. There's nothing they can do.
I think there's only one thing that could throw Nimzowitz out, and that's a snare.
Oh yeah, they only have 1 card in hand and 2 in the stack. Yes, that is definitely an option.
And I think he don't want to get his boomerang trashed.
Yeah, exactly. If Deus Mortis manages to hold on and gets a snare kill, or even just like a few cheeky snipes with like a bioethics, although that might be hard to get it into the remote and protect it. But yes, there's only 1 snare in Archive, so that is definitely an option. And as you said, they probably want to protect their boomerang, so they don't even have 3 cards. Technically, they only have 2.
Or maybe all the 3 cards are boomerangs, because there are none in the heap.
True. Wait, it's all boomerangs? Always has been. There's only 1 counter on the back as well, so that's not a whole lot of cards that you can shuffle back. It's going to check Archives.
No, it could be 2, yeah. That's a second. Ooh, another really expensive res.
So expensive. Deus Mortis can't even use Snare now if they wanted to use it. Oh, that's so painful. And so cheap to break with the grappling hook plus 1 credit. Like, feels so bad.
Oh, and there's a big agenda.
We only caught the tail end of that, but that looked like a very rough game for Deus Mortis.
Absolutely.
I could kill you next turn.
Ooh.
Probably with like some...
Free neural images.
yeah, but they only had 1 credit, so... what is that? The one that is played in Kronos Protocol that does like several net damage. But that also costs like 4 credits, I think. Forgot the name for a second.
Yeah, I don't know what you mean.
I don't know how they could have killed him, but I mean,
Complete Image.
Complete Image, yeah, that's the name. Yeah. Although you were definitely right. Like them only being on 2 cards in the hand and 1 in the stack is a scary position to be in. Even if you're dominating the corp, I would not feel safe having so few cards left to play with. But it worked out for them in the end, which is what matters.
Yeah, and I think we're all games. Oh no, is there something else? Oh yeah, there's something else.
I just jumped into the last table that's still on. Apparently they overlooked things, but no worries about the result of this game. It's Deer versus Bookkeeper. This looks like a scary game with double Mamba and a Lady Liberty rezzed and some points here and there. I don't know what exactly happened with the timing, because that's the thing. We cannot really be all at the same time in all the different places. But yeah, I think this is going to be concluding the round. So, quick question now. Will you be up for commentating the 4th round as well? I mean, I assume, Dunch, you're going to be playing maybe, perhaps? I don't know. We'll see how that goes.
Don't think I get a second buy.
I know. I mean, we can organize one. It's it's Easter soon. We can talk with some bunnies. There are definitely buys around. But yeah, what I'm gonna be doing, of course, right now is just hopping around and updating the scores to make sure that they're all in the right place, and then we'll be pairing the last round of this glorious event with a big break. And I think so far there's only been this one issue with JNet reported. No, actually 2. Harishandra's ability doesn't work, and you cannot really see the number of cards, but you can see the cards, and you can see the number of cards in HQ and in the grip in one place, but not in the other, so that's okay. I think it's playable. It's not broken, right? It's not the Cyberpunk's 2077 levels of broken. Sorry, CD Projekt Red, but nobody will ever forgive you. I'm sorry. That is just not possible. Well, anyway, so yeah, I'm just updating Cobra right now. Let's take a quick look. I have all the buttons in all the right places, right? But I'm just not using them. Complete image. Oh yeah, that was the card indeed. Yeah, sorry. Okay. Cool. There will be also, for all those people watching, there will be a raffle coming in the top 4 cut, so do not run away too far. And I don't think there's going to be a huge break between round 4 and the top cut, depending on the people, but we had a break in between round 2 and 3, so that probably made up for a lot of the resting required. Updating scores, I'm still missing 2 games, and I do have the results in here, so let's just see. There was a runner split on this table, which is perfect. And by the way, did you get already a lot of startup games in, or not really? Or any of the new cards, new formats games?
I have not played Netrunner at all since the last lockdown I participated in, which is not the previous one, but the one before that, I think. But I do plan on playing a lot of Netrunner starting next week with, the new cards dropping and so on. And I'm also participating in GLC's startup tournament, which they have been promoting.
Oh yeah, we might be facing off. I signed up for that as well. I just want to see how bad I am. Yeah,
there's a lot of participants. I think over 100 at this point, or like 110 or 20 even.
Yeah.
So
there's music in the background you're hearing. Is actually my phone. Sorry. Okay. I'm just updating the scores. Yeah, there's a ton of people playing the GLC tournament for startup, and I'm super hyped about this. This could be quite cool. So yeah, I hope we get to face off, because that would be interesting.
Yeah, very cool. I don't think we've ever played each other. I've played. No, I don't think so.
I don't think so.
You're never participating in your own tournament, so we're always missing each other.
Yeah, well, I mean that's the whole idea. I just don't want to play in tournaments that I've run, because there's only so much brain power I have.
No, of course.
Okay, let's just see. I have all the scores, I believe. Looks like it. I'm going to complete the round. I'm going to pair the new round. And I'm going to ask people in the channel to look at their stuff. Okay.
Looking at the ID spread for today is very cool. I'm seeing 4 aces, which is really, really nice. And all the other 3 sunnies, which I'm always happy to see, and then all the other runner IDs are one-offs. So a very nice spread, and the corp spread is also quite nice. Couple of 2s, and then everything else is like everyone is on different IDs. So very, very nicely spread. Yeah,
I mean, basically, yeah, it's. I think a lot of people just decided I had MCG here earlier on, Mark, and he just said it was now or never to play that Harishandra because it's rotating. So, as long as lockdown is running on standard and some changes, this was the way to play it, because you're not going to play at a very competitive tournament with Harpsichord, or sorry, Harishandra. Yeah, you can just put it onto the table today for the last time, I would say. We have the pairings up. You is getting the buy. So let's just see if you might be joining. So yeah, Dunch, you're paired with Chuchin.
Yeah.
Haha, get ready.
Nice.
We will be watching. Thank you so much for commentating. Yeah. Thank you so much for taking the time to play and to commentate. Really appreciate that.
It was nice that I could be here and help you commentate.
Well, my pleasure.
So I'll hop out and have a nice rest of the evening.
You too, and good luck out there. I'm just gonna ask you if you is gonna join us.
So bye.
Bye. Take care.
Good luck.
Okay, well, let's just see. Okay. Let's just see. People are taking places at their tables. So that probably means I didn't actually mess up the pairings, which is quite positive, I have to say.
Oh, Hughes in the chat actually, and they're saying that they seem quite sad because they wanted to play, which I
Yeah.
totally understand.
Yeah,
Especially if you're a player who's very excited about it, because I think they're quite new.
yeah.
And getting a buy on a high tournament level is always, quite beneficial. But
Yeah.
on these types of fun tournaments like your lockdowns, it's
You
not
always
that
wanna play.
great. It's not that great to get a
Yeah.
buy because you don't really care about being the best player and so on.
Yeah, you came to play and you're not going to play this round, which is sad. I wish I could just
Mm-hmm.
yeah. Okay.
That's why you try always so hard to get the even numbers, of course.
Exactly,
to
exactly.
avoid this.
If I could clone myself, I would always have a clone of me ready to play, on my different account and then commentate, but that's not possible. So you are probably watching this stream. So if you want to co-commentate, do let me know in the chat, and we're gonna be proceeding. Oh yeah, you're here right now. Okay, so yeah, if you want to co-commentate on the 4th round, you're more than welcome to join us in the booth. Just let me know. I'll try. Okay, so I'll set you up on Discord in a few minutes. But for now, I'm just gonna... Actually, no, let's just take a very quick break. I'm gonna cut the audio for a second, and we'll be back in a minute while I set things up. Okay, this should be working. Hello, can you hear me?
Hello, I can hear.
Perfect. Okay, let me just work on the volume because sometimes things are noisy, sometimes things are quiet, but well, okay. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you so much for playing. I'm really sorry you got the buy. This was not the plan. I mean, there's no plan, but that's just Cobra dropping the numbers on us.
It's okay.
Okay, well, we're going to be jumping into round 4 to see what's going to happen with all the players. But since I don't think I've ever seen you around for lockdown, do you want to introduce yourself? Tell us a few words about your preferred corp or runner, or I don't know, like your preferred netrunner style.
So I started playing like this Christmas, more or less,
Wow!
because a friend got me to start playing on the GLC tournaments,
Uh-huh.
and I didn't find out that there were more tournaments until like this now. So yeah, I'm obviously like very new and very bad, but so I try to play like decks that are not aggressive, that wait until I have a lot of money, and like I played Sunny on this tournament,
Uh-huh.
so I can just wait until I have like the refekis, and
That sounds
Chat-
fun.
Chat is saying that their volume is quite low, so maybe they have to turn. You need to
I-
turn your volume up, or maybe you
yeah,
can. do it.
I'll get closer to the.
I'm working on
To the
this as
mic.
well on my side. Maybe I can work it out as well because there are those things that allow you to boost a user's volume.
Yeah, you can right click on Discord. and
Yeah.
get,
I'm working on it, but yeah, I mean we'll figure it out. Or maybe I'm just gonna keep speaking quietly. And by the way, I'm gonna be setting things up so that they work better for the upcoming next week's stream. But for now, I should be probably kicking people off. Not off, sorry. I should be starting people's games, basically. So let me just hop over to JNet. Okay, but that's really cool. Welcome to the game. I mean, Christmas was a while ago, although for some people it was an eternity. But hey, that's really great. I'm so happy to hear that. And yeah, we're playing kind of in the same geo meta because you're playing in Iberia as well. So who
Yeah.
knows? One day maybe we're gonna meet at the Nationals.
I'll probably try to go to every tournament I can, more or less.
That sounds great. I'm pretty sure you will be able to beat me soon, so I'm looking forward to this. No, I mean, whatever you might think about me and my voice on the stream, I'm actually just a very, very, very decent player. That's about it. Okay, let's just put timers on the table for people. And yeah, we're gonna be kicking off the last round. This is well, I wish we had like 7 rounds and everything, but that's not gonna happen. You two should discuss which table we're gonna go for. Table 1, by the way, is taking a bye. They decided to take it easy. So I should be showing to the people on the stream also, and I'm sorry for not doing this faster because I'm just a very well organized person, as you can imagine. What the actual standings are right now and why Odal and Deer are actually taking a bye, letting other people play the nervous game of what is going to happen with us. Basically, Odal and Deer are on top. Odal has not lost a game, which is scary, but that's typical Odal for you. Then Deer and Bookkeeper both on 13 points. Frizzler, MCG, Nimsowich, and Longi on 12. And I think between Frizzler, MCG, Nimsowich, and Longi, we should be watching those games because this is going to be exciting. So definitely worth taking a peek over there. Odal is just a good player indeed, Humble Juggernaut. How did you know? Well, anyway. Those things just happen with players who have a bit more experience, or they keep they're better at controlling their, I don't know, maybe nervousness or misplays. I cannot control my misplays at all, so I just have to make sure that I improve that for my next tournament. And we're starting this off. I would vote for anything with Frizzler, MCG, Nimsowich, or Longi. So let's see if those players are setting their tables up. And whoever is first, we're gonna just jump in there. Scrolling. A lot of other names that are familiar. Oh yeah, table 2, Bookkeeper and Frizzler. I think this is worth completely going for. Although, who is playing? MCG is playing Willy, and Nimsowich is playing Longi. And I'm sorry, that's gonna be table 3. So we're going to go there. The second from the bottom, table 3, Nimsowich versus Longi. Let's take a look at that game. If we can just jump into the table, you are more than welcome to jump in, and we're gonna be seeing Acme Consulting versus Az McCaffrey. Really curious to see what's gonna happen here.
How familiar are you with these identities, Hugh?
Like, I played against Az McCaffrey, and he seems like a very simple ID. So, but I haven't seen Acme Consulting at all.
Yeah, you're right. Basically, I always say Ace for some reason, but I guess you need to pronounce it As. I always I don't know. I always feel like you need to say that. Anyway, yeah, it's a very simple Econ ID. Just getting a 1 credit discount, as you say, is just super simple. And Acme is very interesting. So basically, the first ice you encounter during each run, the runner will have is considered to have attack. But the interesting thing is you lose the tag after getting past that ice, because it doesn't actually give a tag. The runner just has +1 tag on top of everything else. And the way you basically use that is to put ice on the outside of the server that interacts with the runner being tagged, and you make it more expensive for the runner to deal with it, because even if they don't have an actual tag, they will be considered to have a tag.
I see. So I guess we'll see the kinds of ice that are good with this, like ice that cares about tags. Will probably be very important.
Exactly. Usually you see ice that is not too good in other MBN identities, because you can't always tag the runner reliably. You will see it in Acme because they can always guarantee that the first ice the runner will have to deal with. We're seeing a Data Raven now. Not one of those eyes that we just talked about, but just really annoying for the runner to deal with.
It really is.
Yeah, and I
to take that, and I use the boomerang. Like, doesn't need to trace.
Yeah, just to drop one line very quickly here from my side, I believe Nimtoe is playing Hydra, which is an ice that's not very popular, or that wasn't that popular, but it's quite strong and it definitely benefits from Acme's ability. And I hope we're going to get to see Hydra in action, because it's a really cool ice when it fires.
Yeah, Hydra is just... MBN doesn't have a lot of those, like, I call them Jinteki ice, those really big sentries like Nancy and so on that are just super scary when you run into them, and they have a bazillion subroutines, but Hydra is one of them. It's just really, really scary, and it's also really expensive. It's 10 credits to res.
10 credits? Oh, that's too
Yeah.
many.
I know, it is super
Didn't-
expensive, but it is also an absolute pain for the runner to deal with, because it's 7 strength, it has 3 subroutines, and all of them are relevant, so there's really no easy way to deal with it.
You have to break it. And how strong is it? Like,
It has strength 7, if I'm not mistaken.
pretty big break.
So let me bring it up real quick so that I'm not telling you lies right now. No, it has... Oh no, it's 6 strength, sorry.
6.
But it does have 3 subroutines, 1 to do 3 net damage, or give the runner attack, 5 credits if the runner is stacked, or give them 1 tag, and then end to run if the runner is stacked, otherwise give them 1 tag. So
So
3 net
they
damage
have,
and...
like
Mhm.
it can see the tags on the previous routine,
Yeah.
right? So
Yeah,
you
exactly.
can't. So you would have to have something to avoid the tag, so
Yeah.
that to pass. So that's
Yeah, exactly. And the thing with Acme is, the ice is always completely live, because the first routine says do 3 net damage if the runner is stacked, or otherwise give them 1 tag. So if you wanted to, for the first subroutine would only give the runner 1 tag, but in Acme it will do 3 net damage, because the runner is considered to have the tag already.
I see. That's very strong.
You can do fun stuff with this identity. Well, fun stuff for the corp at least. Anyway, we should be talking about the game. We saw Boom getting trashed.
Yeah, that's sad for the corp, but it is what it is.
And we're also seeing an old Hollywood grid, which is a very interesting card. So I wonder what kind of game plan. Yeah, it's pretty decent. Basically, it says agendas accessed from the server cannot be stolen unless the runner already has a copy of that agenda in his or her score area. So what you can do with this is you can play all different agendas, no doubles or triples. So you just play 6 different agendas or 7. And then this basically the agenda becomes unstealable unless you trash this from the server first.
And then you have to run again.
Yes, exactly. And
That's so. But it has to be very hard to deck build 6 or 7 different agendas.
yeah, that is true, especially in lockdown, because a lot of the good agendas are banned, or you're not allowed to play them. So I quite wonder what kind of agendas Nimzowitz is playing to be able to be on that.
I could tell you, but I'm not gonna look into the deck lists now.
Oh yeah, you have the deck list.
Oh yeah, I'm going to confirm whether they're all different or not. That's gonna be probably fairly legal, and then we can just look into the game and see what's going to happen. I think that's gonna be fair enough. But by all means, don't wait for me, because I still have to, find things.
No worries. We're seeing Nemzowitz put an ice on R&D now, which is interesting because they already put 2 ice on 2 different remotes, but only now they're protecting R&D, which is not something you usually see. But in Acme, you often make quite a few remotes, because instead of going very vertical with like 5 or like 3, 4, 5 ice on the remote, the first ice is the most expensive one. That is the one the runner is considered tag for. So it's often worth it to make multiple servers with 1 ice, because all of them become expensive.
I see. That makes sense.
And we're seeing,
feels like the corp is wasting like the server. For example, server 1 is holding nothing, so that's a nice. It was later you can reuse it, but it was.
Yeah, exactly. I think server 1 might be will be the scoring remote. So the ice on server 1 might be the most expensive one, for the runner to deal with, and then server 2 might be a little less expensive, but it's just to have something in front of the daily quest, because daily quest is just going to keep ticking, keep giving Nemzowitz all the money, because it gives 3 credits per turn, which is a lot of money.
Wow. And you don't want to really run it like Luckiest. I've never played against it, but it's not worth to run it and then leave it alive so you can take the 2 credits, right?
No,
Because you have to
exactly.
keep breaking and breaking.
Oh, this is, yeah, I said it might be a cheaper ice, but it's not. But this is actually one of the main reasons you play Acme. This is Data Ward. And this ice is so expensive. Like, usually it's not that bad. So it says when the runner encounters Data Ward, he or she must pay 3 credits or take attack. And then it has 4 subroutines, but it only ends the run if the runner is tagged. So what the runner can usually do is just pay 3 credits. It doesn't do anything, get past it. But in Acme, because Ace has attack now, they can get past this. It's 8 strength and has 4 subroutines. This is so expensive to break.
And you can't even boomerang it because it has 4.
Exactly. Boomerang is completely useless against this, and the boomerang is already installed, so that boomerang went down for completely nothing. This is really painful for Longi.
Maybe you want to break the boomerang just to shuffle it back so that it's not dead, or do you think it's going to be...
Boomerang doesn't get shuffled back unless the run is successful, though.
What, really?
Yep. When this run ends, if it was successful, so you can't even shuffle it back. It will just go to the discard pile and stay there, unfortunately.
I never realized that.
Yeah, no, let me tell you that I lost a few good games not remembering this little part that you have to have a successful run with Boomerang. I was just like, hey, I broke subroutines. Like, doesn't matter. So yeah, so never mind. Just a quick update on the old Hollywood grid situation. There are agendas in this deck that are actually multiples, so there are several copies of the same agenda, but there are agendas like 15 minutes, which you can only have a copy of, that help a certain plan to make old Hollywood grid work, which involves also, NBN tricks about exchanging cards and whatnot. So yeah.
Right. Sort of this card, right? Like, the corp already has 5 cards down. I guess one of them could be a agenda that is protected behind the heavy ice.
Yeah. Could be a good idea to check archives, just for the fun of it.
No one home.
Yeah, a really good card in this matchup, although I have to be honest, Longi is so low in credits now that it doesn't even really matter that much. Like, if Nemzowitz wanted to tag Longi, they could, because it doesn't actually stop the tags, it just makes it cheaper to try to avoid them.
Right, it's just a trace.
Yeah, exactly.
And you can always make it stronger. Should have been worse. You can use that with the boomerang. That's a good.
Yeah, exactly. That is actually a way they can still get in there, or that Longi can still get in with the boomerang and then the E3. It's probably one of the cheapest ways to get past Data Ward, because then it costs the boomerang and then 2 credits, and then of course the encounter effect. So it's still quite expensive, but if you need to break it with anything else, with Corroder, it would be like ridiculous. It would be 6 to boost, 4 to break, and then 3 more credits or attack from the encounter effect. So that's nearly unaffordable.
Yeah. Right now, Longi can't even afford like a Sure Gamble or anything like that, so it's gonna be very hard. There's a
hostage. You get a connection, but they actually, or he has actually, he's getting it to hand. He could have installed it if he had taken a credit first, but he doesn't have a credit to install it because ASAPs is 1.
Right.
And hostage says if you can install it, but it's not obligatory. You can also add it to the hand.
So you can install it to hand. Wow. I before playing this, I never really seen the voice part, but it seems pretty good.
It's quite good. It's quite good, especially in Ace, because he can install it for only 1 credit. So for him, it
Right.
starts paying back really fast. But it's quite good for every runner that plays a lot of events, of course. But it's especially good, and also because he's a criminal, and criminals have a lot of really good events.
Yeah.
Nimzowitz is actually building up server 1 quite a bit. It has 3 ice already, but you got to imagine that the ice on the outside is one that tags, or that usually tags. Like, for example, putting Data Raven on the outside is almost the same as having your Acme ability, because Data Raven will almost always tag. Because if you put that in front of a data ward, then it kind of works the same way.
You can't really shake the tag like in the middle of the run. You have to.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to be pretty hard.
There's ways to avoid it, but it's quite difficult. You need specific cards for it. So usually it's quite safe to not to just place multiple ice.
So, for example, then the Data Raven in HQ is a bit badly placed, right? Because well, I guess you need it to place an ice in the first turn, but then it's going to be. There could be a better place to put it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you gotta assume there's maybe a second Data Raven on the or even something like an IP block is not too bad, because that's not too expensive. But yeah, Longy is really poor right now, so he can't really afford too much. And Nemzowitz is at 15 credits, and that daily quest is still ticking away every turn, giving 3 credits. I think it might be worth actually for Longy to go into that server and trash it. But I think he's really afraid of, like, if he makes a run, he could get tagged. Yeah. So he has to be a bit careful.
Do you mean like tagged with a source, or with hard-hitting news or something like that? Or
yeah, like I was thinking a C-source or hard-hitting news. Hard-hitting news is banned, so that's not an option. But C-source is definitely an option.
Yeah. And you can't afford to pay the trace.
No, you cannot, because no one home makes, if you avoid the tag, it becomes trace 0. But Nimzowitz has so much money they can afford to like boost into trace 0. And Ace does have 1 link that helps a little bit, but not enough.
Not enough. So going to advance a 5 agenda. Wow, that's the degree mill.
Mm-hmm.
Cost no shuffle to install runner cast. So that's
it's quite good. It's not as good as Bologna, of course, but Bologna is banned, so you can play that. This is quite nice because it protects itself a little bit. Although right now, because Ace has so many cheap cards on the field, he could just steal this and, for example, shuffle back a drug dealer and a prepaid voice pad, or even his no one home. But I wouldn't shuffle that back. I would keep that. It's using the hostage to get a class act.
That's pretty okay. Next turn he's going to have 8 credits with the two daily casts, the Reflecti and the Path. So it could be a bit of a good turn.
Yeah, definitely. Longy is crawling back a little bit. So I think if you're Nemzowitz now, what you want to do is you go quite fast because you're still ahead. So you just as they're doing right now. Sorry, I think they're in double advancing an agenda now, but it could be an NGO. It couldn't be NGO because NGO is also banned, right? No, then it's almost definitely an agenda. What they're trying to do is like go super fast, just try to score out before Longy has a chance to do anything about it. Because he only has a corroder now, he might not even be able to get into the server.
Right, so Longy needs more breakers, and also the boomerang is stuck on the different servers, so
yeah, exactly.
do something about that. Maybe install a second boomerang and trash the first.
Hmm.
Uh,
Yeah, and then it becomes the question of course, because you have no information about this. Where do you like put the boomerang? Do you put it on the outermost ice? Do you put it on the innermost?
so the upgrade on server 1 is probably another copy of the old Hollywood, I think it was called.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely.
So
that is
going
a
to be
very real
2
possibility.
Two
But-
runs through the whole 3 server. It's going to be
Yeah. And
So
it's quite expensive to trash. It's 4 to trash. Okay, it also costs 5 to res. But if you're playing Acme, you're pretty like rich because you have daily quest money. So you don't really care too much about, and your ice is, except for Data Ward, your ice is relatively cheap. You have IP block, which is quite cheap.
Hmm.
Sometimes you also play Pachinko, which no core plays except for Acme.
never seen that one. I'll look it up in the database.
Yes, it ends the run, but only if the runner is tagged, and that's the only subroutines it has. So it's kind of worthless in most corps. But in
Right.
Acme, again, it becomes very good because it's only 1 to res, and if it's the only eyes on the server, it's always live because of the ability. Oh, we're actually seeing a second degree mill being scored.
That's
So
That's
they are on.
pretty cool.
Nimzowitz is on 6 points already.
they can probably win and like just place another agenda on the server 1, and
Mm-hmm.
if Longy doesn't, well, he has a lot of money right now, more or
Mhm.
less. Lot. He has the daily cast 16 and 2 voice pads to
Mhm.
use.
Yeah, definitely. He definitely has options, and usually the Acme doesn't play a lot of code gates that end to run, like maybe an Enigma or something. But Slot Machine, for example, wouldn't keep Longy out. So if he really wants to get in, he probably can, although it would be very expensive. So, and if it's not an agenda, or if he has to trash the old Hollywood crit, then it
Yeah.
might be for nothing. So, what would you do if you were Longy right now? What would you do?
I would probably try to run R&D at least once, just to then get a face check on the ice, maybe trash whatever is out there.
Yeah, I
Uh,
actually completely agree. I completely agree. I would also check R&D right now, and that's maybe what he's going to do with the Bravado, is go to R&D,
Yeah.
get some money from the run, and also check what the ice there is to know if he can like check there multiple times. Oh, actually,
It's the Bravado for a Kyushu.
he's gonna take Kyushuk, which is
He installs a boomerang with the masterwork.
mhm.
to do.
And he probably has 6 cards, right? That costs 2 because he has.
The implants.
Mhm.
That's 1. 2 voice pads. That's 3. The console. That's 4. And
Mhm.
the recipient decoder.
Mhm.
That's 6.
So- Perfectly done.
And the slot machine doesn't hit anything.
Nope.
So
He's-
can break. That's Raven, Hollywood 8. Oh no, no agendas. Wow.
No single agenda. That's really rough for Longy.
So
That's-
they could probably be on HQ or on archives. Maybe
Mhm.
there's probably at least one, but it's not going to win the game with just
Mhm.
one agenda from archives.
Definitely. Yeah, could try to check archives now because there are 8 cards face down, which is quite a lot.
There's he's not going to do it. He's just going to keep clicking for credits.
Hmm. He probably wants to keep a little bit of a lockdown on the remote, get a lot of money, and he is still gonna get quite a bit of money next turn. Still the daily cast, the Risekis, has the Aesop's trash, but yeah, Nemzowitz is very happy to keep. Hmm.
Oh wow, that's a
Yeah.
it's a 2-1.
They had the 15 minutes in hand. That's only a one-off, but if you have it in hand, of course, you can win the game like that.
2-1. I probably never think that
Hmm.
the returns are 2-1.
It's quite nice, like for this kinds of situations when you're at 6 points and you want to close out the game. This is of course perfect for that because the runner usually can do much about it.
Oh, this server was actually like very cheap to run. Like the Timber rig, well, it's a contract within the run, so he could never break that right now.
No, you couldn't
but
have.
The IP block and the Excalibur are more or less.
And that's quite a nice combo, the Excalibur with the Old Hollywood grid. So, because the Old Hollywood grid makes it so you can't steal the agenda on the first run, and then you can't make a second run with the Excalibur. That's a very nice combo.
That's very nasty. That's a very good combo.
Okay, that was a very interesting game. I think we're gonna see the reverse of this. So Nimzowicz versus Longi, unless I'm mistaken. Let's try and see if we have a reverse of this. That would be cool to watch. But yeah, very cool game with Acme here. That was very nice to watch, and I really like the data ward. Very powerful in Acme.
Yeah, what an incredible ice. Acme is a very interesting ID because it plays so differently from a lot of other MBN identities. And I really like it because it makes a lot of ice that you don't usually see, and a lot of cards that are kind of trashy in other identities are really good in Acme. So it gives very nice games with cards you don't usually see, which I always like.
Yeah. Okay, over to the two of you again. We have Earth Station versus Az. So Criminal Stays. Yeah.
It's very popular, right?
Yeah, I think it's the most common runner. 4 of them, I believe. Yeah, 4 of them, which is actually the most common identity in the entire tournament.
Really? Something I remember watching, like, I looked for my own identities first, and I saw that Sunny was 3, so seems like that's the most popular runners.
Yeah, Sunny also 3, which is a little bit surprising. I didn't expect her to be that popular, but because I usually play Sunny as well. But I always like seeing her, so that's really good.
Must be because she's putting out of work, but she's very expensive on the points. The point system. She's 8 points, I think.
Yeah.
So that puts your corp on something.
Yeah, I also find it surprising that she's so popular with her costing 8 points. But I guess with like the amount of cards banned and like the rules for the lockdown, it kind of makes sense to go for a mini faction because we also have an Apex and an Atom, which are identities that we don't see a lot. So maybe for like this lockdown, they were considered because of the bans and so on. So we just saw Hostile being scored. Longi has a lot of money.
It's a very good start for both of them. Like they have set up with 2 technical fighters and the tech trader from the very beginning too.
Yeah, they've also had a really good start. Nimzowicz has, the tech trader too, the masterwork, the cash. This is absolutely fantastic.
I don't really understand the cash. It's just 3 coins for 1. So what's the synergy?
Yeah, it's only a net gain of 1, but then you can also sell it to Aesop's, the one that lets you trash a card for 3 credits. So it gives you a lot of value from that.
I see.
And it also triggers, because it's a program, it also triggers your technical riders.
That's nice.
Oh, that's a really cool card. Like, Longi plays Best Defense. You get to trash a card with an install cost equal to 2 or less than the number of tags that the runner has. But because it's 0, you get to trash a technical rider.
Because that seems like a very, very spicy thing to do. Like,
that's so mean, but also really like it's a fun card to have. Like it can trash a lot of really good cards that cost 0. For example, if Longi's on attack punishment, you can trash No One Home with it that we saw before because it's also 0 to install.
That's nice. Why did the Longi red? Oh, because they have no clicks left to run. I was a bit confused. They were both playing very fast.
Oh yeah, no, they're playing pretty fast. I think they're pretty comfortable with how the game is working. They might also be on voice chat. I haven't seen that. Yeah, they're also on voice chat. I find if I'm playing on voice chat, then I can sometimes play a little bit faster because then I can just narrate what I'm doing, and then I don't feel I have to play like super slow. Because if my opponent wants me to like wait for something, I can just say wait, and then I can immediately respond to that.
Also, the prognostic Q-loop, it's a card like seems very complicated. A lot of text.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Yeah, I
seems very good with the masterwork. Like you're installing cards with both of them. And it draws more cards and looks at the cards at the top. Seems like something that you do.
Mm-hmm. It's very interesting. I personally don't like the playstyle of Prognostic Culope. The whole like I start my turn, look at 2 cards, install this, do this. Like it's very combo heavy, and that's not a style I enjoy. But it is really strong. Like you see it in Geist, and Geist is if you know how to play Geist. A lot of high level competitive players really enjoy playing Geist.
Right.
So I can't deny it being strong. It's just not my style, but it is a really cool card, and you can do a lot of different stuff with it. Like you say, you can combo it with Masterwork. It triggers the back, which allows you to shuffle all those cards back to keep like doing combos and so on. It works with Boomerang, which is of course an absolutely like fantastic card. So yeah, fun to be had for the entire.
Yeah, you have to keep thinking what you're going to do.
Mm-hmm.
Also, Longy has a lot of credits, but a lot of his size is not up yet, so you're going to spend like all of those credits on resin everything.
Yeah, exactly. The thing is, a lot of the ice that's being res right now will not do a whole lot because Nemzowitz has a boomerang, which of course it will deal, unless it's like a spider web or something like really nasty, that will deal. Well, Titanium is actually pretty nasty.
Wow, that's yeah, but you can Nemzowitz can do a boomerang plus grappling hook.
Yeah, I think they will have to because breaking 2 subroutines is not really an option because you don't want to lose your tech trader and end to run, and losing a program. I don't think you want to lose your Reaver because then you lose all your card draw. Oh, actually, that is a really good one. They're using Flip Switch.
Keep the boomerang and the grappling hook for another day.
I completely forgot about that being an option. Yeah, that's actually probably the best thing they could have done. Because now they don't have to deal with it at all. They can just wait until they get their barrier breaker and then start dealing with it. Or, of course, the E3, because the E3 and Boomerang also deals with it very nicely.
That's 3 plus 3. That's 6 credits to break with a corroder that's pretty heavy.
Mm-hmm.
For the cost of hostile takeover that Longy gave up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's
Longy didn't pay with the cash.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, using Hostile for Titanium is just like one of those classic plays because you're getting so much value. You're getting a really nice ice for free, and then Hostile also gave you the money, so it's not like you're giving up something super valuable. You're giving up 1 point, of course, but the Hostile already paid itself out to you, so right. it's not that bad to lose. And seeing as how Longy is advancing, this is probably another agenda, and this is what Earth Station does. Like Earth Station puts so much pressure on the runner to be like, hey, I'm just gonna keep jamming agendas, I'm gonna go very fast, and anytime you can't reliably check my remote because it costs 6 credits to run unless you go into my HQ first.
And HQ is also going to be like really heavy to break.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. And this is probably a 3-pointer.
Maybe, yeah, it's going to be drone.
Ouch.
The hook. Wow, that's pretty... Actually, Infowitz had two grappling hooks in the... Right.
Yeah, the runner installed 2 grappling hooks. Okay. But now they lost one because of STS drone deployment. And
it's better to trash like a one-time program that you're going to trash anyway than something like the river that is going to be picking and doing
Mhm.
more cuts.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think there's something to be said for both. Like, on the one hand, they can keep getting back their grappling hook, so it might be better to like get rid of the Reaver, which is 4 influence, so it's probably a one-off, and it's gonna keep giving Nemzowitz card draw. But I also get wanting to trash the grappling hook because the fewer options they have, or the less options they have to break ice, and the Reaver gives value, but Nemzowitz needs grappling hooks to get into the server, and now they only have 1, so their options becoming more limited to
Right.
actually break it.
Seems like value is really not important right now because it
Mhm.
could end in a few turns, just an agenda, and Nemzowitz can get in.
Yeah, exactly. I think Longy might be considering just going really, really fast and being like, okay, Reaver is probably more important in the long run, but I'm going to choose grappling hook instead because that's what they need at this moment in time to get into the server.
Mhm.
For the stream, sorry, have to remove from game masterwork first, otherwise Reaver will trigger. Oh yeah, I see. Yeah, Reaver is quite interesting because the first time you trash an installed card, you shouldn't draw one card, and it triggers off almost everything. So what they're doing is they're getting rid of it for like a moment to make sure that it doesn't trigger Reaver.
Right.
Well, there's the E3 that definitely gives options.
Yeah, it's going to be, but still, that's only one program you can get rid of with the grappling hook,
Mm-hmm.
and the boomerang is stuck on R&D, so you
Yeah.
can.
Yeah, exactly. It's still quite difficult, and of course, even if they get all the cards that they need to make the run, to break the ice, it's still 6 credits to run the remote because of Earth Station.
And
Oh.
like Nemzowitz right now just can't do it. It's going to run HQ first.
Mm-hmm. They're running HQ first, which I guess makes sense.
Flip the thing,
Mm-hmm.
but it's not going to be able to pay for to actually make the successful run, right? Like, for example, this right here is going to force to use the grappling hook, and then you don't have the grappling hook for later. So on server 2 now you can't access the thing.
That's true, but the thing to consider, of course, is also that Longy only has 9 credits left, so he doesn't have a whole lot more ice that he can res. That is very, and then also be able to like score the agenda on the next turn because he needs 3 credits for that. Probably, it's probably another 3-pointer. So he technically only has 6 credits to still res ice, which is not a lot.
Right. He just let Nemzowitz pass the second ice.
Mm-hmm.
And now Nemzowitz is going to get in probably. Oh, that's a second boomerang. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Hidden in the hand. So now it's going to. Oof. Oh, but Nemzowitz can pay with the A3.
Yep.
It's great.
Boomerang, yeah. Spider Web's such a good counter against Boomerang, but with E3 out, not so much.
And now they can break with the grappling hook.
Mm-hmm.
And they get in. If it's a second, how do you call it? A second drone thing, the Harbinger is going to. Oh no, it's high risk investment. Never seen it.
It's not super common, but if your agendas are somewhat limited, it's not bad. It's not an embedded agenda, but I think if you are Longy, you definitely heard the SCS drone deployment to like tax the runner out a little bit. Although Harbinger is one of the best programs you can give up to SCS drone deployment because it's so cheap and it's gonna come back anyway because it will be trashed.
And you can sell it again to the ISO. You can trade it twice. Oh, I didn't think of it. It's effectively 6 credits for.
Yep.
And it doesn't turn on tech trader. That's not how it works.
Yeah,
But
it doesn't.
on the river.
Exactly. It doesn't work with Tech Trader, but you have so much things that work with Tech Trader anyway. And as you said yourself, 6 credits for 1 click and a card, and it's only 1 influence, which is the big thing. So you see it all the time in Aesop's decks because it's such good value for 1 influence.
Right.
And on top of all that, like if you have Technical Writer out, it also triggers Technical Writer because it's a program. So you're getting all the value.
There it is then installed. I've never seen before the 4th row of the runner, the face down row.
Mhm.
So it will go away very soon when they sell it.
Yeah.
So, meanwhile, we said it earlier, like Longi has 3 credits only. Like
Mhm.
it's going to not be able to pay for the new ice.
Yeah, exactly. I think Longi, the ice he has right now is probably the ice that's gonna be there for this turn, unless he has something like an ice wall or something. Which actually, an ice wall right now would be not too bad because Nimzowitz, the only thing they can break right now is the Titanium because there's no. I think there's actually 3 grappling hooks in the. Yeah, there's 3 grappling hooks in the
They're all gone.
in the bin.
And there's also 2 boomerangs on the bin right now. If this one is something that can access,
Mm-hmm.
I guess that with us you play 3 boomerangs because
Yeah, definitely. You definitely play 3 boomerangs. I think most criminals right now want to play 3, unless there's a really good reason not to. I think because it's kind of an amazing card. I think it's probably one of the strongest cards that Nisei has ever printed.
yeah, like at first it doesn't seem that good. Like it's just another skip and ice. Like the first time I saw it, I compared it to like Inside Job or something.
Mm-hmm.
It skips an ice, but you can use it with. You can prepare it for later. You can use it with another card at the same time, so it's really, really good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. You're exactly saying what I thought as well when it first came out. I was like, oh, this is fine. This is like a 3rd copy of Inside Job and Spearfishing. This is completely fine. But then, as I started playing more and I started seeing it, I was like, no, wait, this is a billion times better because not only does it trigger all the other cards like Tech Trader and Geist and Masterwork and Q Loop and all of those, but not only that, it also is infinitely, in theory, reusable. So it's kind of ridiculous.
And it's like you keep up importing this into like Anarch
Mm-hmm.
and things like that, and you can use it early, and you don't have to worry about it because it will be later on your deck. You will not take out.
Yeah, exactly. And to top it all off, Spearfishing and Inside Job are 3 influence, and Boomerang for some reason is a nice 2 influence, which makes it the jump between 2 and 3 influence is quite high. I would say almost like the highest jump, almost more than like 1 to 2. It makes a really big difference, I find, for including it in like Shaper and Anarch or even Mini factions. The 2 influence makes a huge deal.
I put, I think it was only 2 boomerangs in my Sony deck because it I have a lot of influence. But yeah, it's good. You put it on something that you can run without any fear.
Yeah, exactly. It's a card that you, I think, never hate seeing when you're playing as the runner, and that's just the sign of a great card. A card that always when you draw it, you're like, oh yeah, I'm very happy to see this.
Maybe too good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
For example, on the Winchester, right now it has 3 subroutines. So one of them is going to, not really because I forgot the feedback, is going to turn the boomerang into something that's way too good.
Mm-hmm. Now we're seeing Tycoon, which is an interesting icebreaker.
For sure,
Really
it makes the corp in money. That's okay. I mean, Longi will probably appreciate the money a lot.
I think it's like one of those cards that you run it in these types of decks to have as a backup, because like one of the worst feelings as playing runner is playing this type of deck with the boomerangs and the grappling hooks, all breakers that get trashed when you use them, and then something happens and you're locked out. You literally can't do anything, even though your deck is super strong, and that's the worst feeling in the world. So you run these types of breakers that you kind of don't want to use, like Tycoon and so on, but you need them as a backup, and that's why you play them.
And it's really cheap too. I didn't notice that.
Mm-hmm.
That ability is, I mean, it makes the card gain too, but like two credits for 3 strength and 1 strength barrier. That's like a very, very good.
Definitely, and it kind of synergizes with some of the criminal cards that kind of don't care about the corp getting money, because any credit that the corp gets, you can steal from them. So it kind of works in your favor sometimes.
How was it called? Diversion of funds.
Exactly. For example, it also works with pad tap, which is not legal anymore. Run pad tap, that was very strong as well.
Well, like, what does this kind of deck, the Air Station deck, if you don't put an agenda, what do you put on your
very often Rashida, of course. I saw a daily quest being trashed.
Daily quest in this
but yeah, I think it's not too bad, because the remote is very safe. So on turns you're not doing anything, you can just put a daily quest there to get some value. Although usually in Earth Station you want to go very fast, and daily quest is a little bit slow because you want to have it in the remote for multiple terms. And of course, one of the things with Earth Station is you can only make one remote server, and that makes it quite unique. You can literally, if you park something in the remote, you can't have another remote. You're limited to one.
You have to thrash eventually.
Exactly.
So it's not like any infinite value from
a
campaign or something. You have to throw it away to put your agenda. Oh, Surveyor. That's pretty strong.
Yeah, can you imagine how ridiculous it would be if Earth Station would make multiple remotes? Jesus, that would be disgusting.
Yeah, you have to imagine asset spam with this. You have to pay 6 for every.
I kind of don't want to think about that. That gives me nightmares.
Meanwhile, Surveyor, that at 4 it's not like the end of the world.
No,
I mean,
Surveyor is quite like doable to deal with, as long as there's only like 2 ice installed. And of course, Boomerang deals with Surveyor very, very gracefully. I often think that Boomerang was like Nisei's answer to Surveyor specifically. Well, it is of course good against other ice, but against Surveyor specifically, it is like the perfect answer. Like a 10 or 12 strength Surveyor is almost impossible to deal with, except Boomerang deals with it very easily.
One thing I just realized, the buffer drive. What do you want it for in this deck? Like, feels like it's anti-damage, but
buffer drive, yeah. I think anti-damage.
it's like,
I think it's like anti-damage, of course, like against like 1000 cuts decks that keep doing damage like over multiple turns. And also, it's a really good, like panic button. If you really need like one specific card back, you can always remove it from the game and get that specific card back to the top of your deck. So if you really, 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 really need a certain card, you can always use it for that. And of course, in Ace, it's really cheap. It doesn't cost a lot of money.
Stole,
They just got another agenda, another SDS, and they actually gave up the Reaver for that. So the Reaver's gone.
Well, it doesn't matter anymore because the deck is empty now. So
exactly. They have literally one card left in the deck, and then of course a few tokens on the back, but the deck is quite small.
The card on the stack is the River because it went with the buffer drive. No, I'm reading it wrong.
We see Longy just used the reversed accounts, which actually.
Oh wow.
It did take 8 credits, so that's quite nice. But Nemzowit still had 7 left, and then getting 3 now from Aesop, so they're still at 10 credits. So
yeah, and it's a lot of tempo loss for Longy, right? Because you spend your entire turn advancing and breaking, and it's not going to
Yeah, definitely. Advancing it is quite expensive. Like usually when you do reverse accounts, you want to take them down to like 0 or 1 or 2 credits, and then you want to follow it up with something like C source or hard hitting news to like really hurt them. If you're making them lose 4 credits per advancement, that is not bad, but it definitely, as you say, it takes up a lot of tempo to do that.
Nimsowitz, they just spent the back to add 6 spy cameras. So that's going to.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, wow. I see what this does. Like, you keep thrashing the spy cameras and you keep gaining more and more money with the traders.
Yep. It's basically, as Vesper says in chat, this ace wants to be Geist, which I think is exactly right. This is essentially, this deck is basically like a Geist deck, except you're playing it out of ace, who plays very similar to Geist. You're just giving up the free card draw from Geist to get like cheaper installs.
Ricardo is pretty powerful compared to
Definitely, I think Geist is in general is better, but it can play similarly for sure.
And well, the technical writer too.
Mm-hmm.
They had one left from before. No, this is like the last one.
Yeah.
I guess maybe the ghost account from before it was like a bait for the server or something like that. They wanted to advance something and force Ninsowitz to maybe waste a few. But like, they're not really wasting anything because the deck just keeps rolling forever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I find it very hard, like with these Geist decks and like this deck as well, because it plays so similar. It's very hard to text them because when they're running, they're just making money. They're often ending a run with more credits than they started it. So as the corp, you're kind of like breaking your head over, okay, what am I going to do to text them out? Because none of my usual tricks are going to work, you know?
Right. Also, Lonky has like only 6 eyes so far in half their deck. Maybe it's a bad drawing problem.
Yeah.
His hand is full of unplayable agendas that are going to be unsafe.
Mm-hmm. That's definitely a possibility.
Or maybe
Nimzowitz is breaking the Tycoon here with Spiderweb, which is quite cheap, but that does mean that Lonky is going to get the value.
Yeah, 2 credits.
Yeah, not unimportant.
Really going to help. But, like, Longy really needs the credits right now, more than us needs the credits, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Because you want to play the big cards.
Yeah, for sure.
Like,
And like usually this kind of stuff is how you tax out the runner. You just put a card there and you say like, come check it, because it could be an agenda. Like he put the reverse accounts in there to kind of just be like, hey, come and check it. But Nemzowitz didn't really lose that much money out of it. They're still, now they're down a little bit because they installed the Epic Nail and
yeah, 3 credits only, that's pretty low.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess the tech traders are going to make it a bit more cheap. Like,
yeah,
they're at 6 now, 5. That's...
And there's the Mouseless. The Mouseless is quite expensive to deal with, but what they can do is they can actually trash the Epic Nail, bypass it, and then get money. Yeah.
And it will probably like, how do you call it? Be recourse. I don't know how to say it. Like, record it later.
Mm-hmm.
The back nail with some with the buffer drive, or maybe with something else.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they could be running a second copy, although it kind of depends a little bit, but they could also just let it fire because they do still have 1 click, so they can get rid of the tag, take 1 net damage, and just give 1 credit to Longy, which also isn't too bad.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, they're actually breaking it like straight up. They're just paying
7 credits. That's pretty expensive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is quite expensive.
It's a miss. It's a Scorcher, which is probably never going to fire because it's not going to be ever a situation where they float attack. So
Well, Nimsowitz doesn't have anything to avoid tax right now, do they? So Sea Source into Scorched Earth could kill them.
Probably. No,
And yeah, I'm not missing anything, right? Because they have a pretty big board stay, but I think that could just kill them.
Tech writer needs a full click to take the card. So
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, exactly. It doesn't protect you on your turn because it requires a click. And you're not Geist, because Geist is really good at avoiding kills, because you can just trash the spy camera, draw a free card, and be like, okay, try to kill me now. You know, it's not going to work. But Ace doesn't draw any cards during their turn.
just going to install more ice
Mhm.
finally.
Yeah, I think Longi doesn't have the best draw. He probably would have killed Nimzowitz if he had the combo. And yeah, like you said, installing only the 7th piece of ice right now probably means that his draw is not ideal. Maybe he has a couple of agendas in hand, and Nimzowitz was just unlucky with not hitting one during the HQ run.
Maybe he has like already the 3 scorches and he can't play them because
Mhm.
and he's missing the source.
Yeah, I think that's right. Krusty is also saying in chat Sea Source, Sea Source Scorch, but I think that he doesn't. I think Longi doesn't have it. I think he maybe has 1 or 2 Scorched Earth, but no Sea Source.
Probably something like I guess like
Mhm.
what cards do you hold forever? Because on archive we can see a surveyor. Wow, that was the face down card was a surveyor. That's something like pretty hard. You want to play the surveyors.
Yeah, I guess that the other eyes on the R&D is also really good, because yeah, otherwise I would have definitely installed the Surveyor. But maybe it is a third one. Maybe there's one Surveyor on R&D and there's a third one, and you can't really afford to install both of them right now because Longy only has 8 credits, so he's quite poor.
If he resents the third eyes on R&D, he probably can't play any.
Mm-hmm.
He can't even afford the hedge fund or something like that.
Yeah, exactly.
To scissors and Scorch.
Yeah, that's the one saving grace with Surveyor, is that it is really, really terrible on like archives or on like a small server, because then it like barely does anything.
Yeah.
That's the one saving grace for an otherwise really fantastic eyes.
So high risk. Oh wow, that's an agenda.
Well, GG.
The only one according to Longy. Wow, that's.
Oh, so he wasn't holding any agendas. Okay.
So it was probably like three unplayable Scorches and something else.
Yeah, probably.
Maybe more ice than you don't want to play. Or something like because it starts adding up really fast when you have more and more ice and you lose the credits.
Yeah, I think so too. That was probably his problem. Yeah, tough luck for him. He probably didn't draw the cards in the right order. Yeah,
Well,
and money wise, not as one hedge fund and one IPO, so good start, but then after that, just not drawing what he needs that much. And also, yeah,
the start from Nimzowitz was really, really good with
yes,
2 fighters and I don't know how many tech traders really early.
yeah,
And
exactly.
The whole game was certainly a good, well played game. Like didn't fail anywhere.
Definitely well played from both players. Very interesting game, and just seeing, as Humble Juggernaut is saying, just proving that we don't need to have guys to do guys things.
All the guys players are like, wow, what are you even talking about? How dare you? How dare you? I will take my shirt off right now to prove you wrong. Okay, cool. Well, let's hop out of this table. Let's see if there's anything else going on. We still have around 10 minutes to go, so maybe there's something wrapping up. Let's take a look. There's a ton of new games out there. Deus Mortis is still on versus Mons. That's table 6 for Deus Mortis. If we can jump in there for the last 10 minutes. Chances are they haven't finished. Oh, this looks like a cool board state. Ah, yeah, this is the other As. This is the off-campus apartment As by Mons, who's playing from Malaysia. Of all the different places on the planet, we have a Malaysian player with us, which is great.
Oh, wow.
And then Deus Mortis, if I'm not mistaken, I would have to check, but I assume Deus Mortis was from Russia. I could be completely wrong. Well, anyway, over to you, my lovely co-commentators. Take it away.
That's what idea is this? Oh, replicant imperfection. That's pretty strong in standard. This is like very hard to put in here, right? It's going to be very expensive, I guess.
Which
And
one
the
are you
point
talking
is
about?
The Gintech AD. That's replication imperfection.
Yes, yeah.
In standard, I've played against it a bit, and it seems like very, very annoying, at least.
Yes, it's incredibly strong. It's been in the game like for very long because it came out in one of the first data packs after the original core set back in 2012 or 13. And then it
Yeah.
became, like they put it in the Nisei put it into system core. So it has been in the game for a very, very long time. And I think a lot of players are quite sad to see it go because it is so strong and it is really fun to play. But a lot of players are also not sad to see it go because it's also really sometimes very frustrating to play against, especially the asset spam version that just puts all the assets down. It's really, really strong.
There is some nice.
Mhm.
Look at the size, the teammate tracker, and the CGS.
Yeah.
Face check them and you instantly lose.
Hmm.
And then the sun you
Ouch.
hits within the money. Yeah, that's a kill, right?
I think
Oh,
so.
that-
Unless there's something on a street peddler that helps Mons, I think that's a kill. Yeah, that seems like a kill, which is a shame because like this it was shaping up to be very exciting.
Yes, maybe. Oh, right then. The street peddler is public for them for the runners, so
Hmm.
Mons already knew that they were there.
Yeah. Kill by Chiashi is that's a pretty classic, almost I would say, Jinteki way to die. Almost as classic as dying to DNA tracker.
Yeah, death to Chiashi, not a good thing, not a good fate for the runner, but that's what it is. And well, that probably, I'm just gonna hop out of the table to take a quick look. That probably marks the end of the games right now. Unless I'm mistaken, but yeah, there's just a ton of competitive tables, which is great to see. But I don't think we have any other games left right now. So what I'm gonna be doing now is I'm gonna be hopping again very quickly into the TO seat just to make sure that I put all the results in. But we'll be back soon. And we're going to be... Actually, no, we're going to take a longer break now. I need some time to talk to the top 4 people because we're entering top 4 territory. So I'm going to do it this way. Thank you so much for the commentary so far. If you can come back for the top 4, that would be amazing. But I have to, first of all, figure out what the scores are. Second of all, figure out if we have a break of 5 minutes or 15 minutes or something, depending on the people in the top 4. And third of all, then we're going to get organizing. So that's going to be it. But thank you so much. This has been a lot of fun to have you on stream so far. And if we get back for the top 4 together, that will be awesome as well. I'll just be jumping out and doing some things on the stream right now just to make sure that everything is in place. And I think we'll be ready to go later on. So thanks so far and hopefully hear you soon. And I'm very happy that you joined us. And thank you for joining Lockdown as well. It's always fun to have people joining it. Okay, so talk to you later on text or in voice, and I'm hopping out of this conversation.
Okay.
Talk to you later, Vesper.
Yeah, cheers. Okay, folks, and I actually also ran out of music, and I'm like, where's the music? There's like complete silence, but that's just my fault, because I forgot to press the play button. Aha, there we go. Play buttons are cool. Okay, so here we are then. This was you and Captain Nice. They were together commentating the games for you right now. My name is Vesper, of course, and this is Lockdown number 13. In case you're wondering what the heck Lockdown is, well, first of all, you should go to this link that I'm putting into the Twitch chat. And in case you're wondering about today's event, there's a link on Always Be Running. Thank you, Necro, for running this amazing resource for everybody in the community. Finally, I think today, I mean, of course, there's the gateway release and everything else and whatnot. But there's like a bazillion other streams going on, so do check Twitch for other streams if you're getting a bit lost here or if you're like, what's going to happen right now. If you're a Lockdown fan, of course, stay on. We're going to be continuing. And I'm going to drop a quick promo into the chat because, well, technically starting today, but from Monday onwards, a bunch of people, including myself, not counting all the people who usually do streams, we're going to be doing sort of a collaborative streaming thing where we're going to be sending people to each other's streams and whatnot, and maybe playing some games against each other as well. We'll see how this works out. And these are not the only streams happening, but I'm dropping it into the channel right now as well, so you can look it up. And I could be visiting that page and showing you the graphic, but it's a very simple thing which is going to get updated soon anyway. I'm shutting up right now. I'm letting Trip Mirror play you some cool music from Always Be Running 3. Trip Mirror with a double P and a double R and mirror, of course, obviously, but not at the end. But basically, tripmirror.bandcamp.com. You can get the music there. It has been released also today, and it's the third album in a series of Netrunner-themed music, electronic music for your pleasure. And it is indeed absolutely awesome. So super happy to have a chance to play this for you. I'll be hopping up into the TO booth for now, and I'll be getting back to you in a few minutes with the results, with the scores, with everything, okay? Let's take it easy. I'll be with you in a few minutes. That's Flower Sermon from the new album. Oh, sorry for screaming. It's just apparently I boosted things too much a bit. Well, anyway, a itsy with too much. Where were we with this? Because I lost it again. But here we are. Okay, so that's Flower Sermon, which is quickly becoming probably one of my favorite tracks from this new album. Always Be Running 3 by Trip Mirror. Do catch it on Bandcamp. It's out there. It's out today. Fresh, hot, steamin' beats just for you. And here we are with the top 4, folks. So let's just see who made it happen. I'm just gonna zoom in like a good NBN drone should. Here we are, after 4 rounds, or should I say 2 rounds waiting and 2 rounds again, we have the following results. Odo, totally doing the thing that Odol does, which is, and I could actually be getting things wrong. But yeah, I believe. Oh, okay. We're gonna be doing something else here. But anyway, Odol, Bookkeeper, MCG, and Nimzoic doing the top 4. I am getting a message from Nimzoic that they're afraid that they'll have to give their spot to somebody else. It's too late here, and they have to work. Oh, well, okay. We're just discussing right now. And if Nimzoic has to drop for technical reasons, and yeah, let's be honest, I mean, that break in the middle didn't help. Then, yeah. Then we're gonna have Deer in the top 4. But Nimzoic is definitely gonna get counted as a top 4 player. Do not think that that's not gonna happen because...
Welcome and thank you for volunteering your time to the Symbian Consumer Marketing Focus Group. Your opinions are valuable to us.
Oh, Mons is saying, good games everyone, very nice to meet you all and see you next time. Had a great first lockdown, will definitely come back. Thank you so much, Mons, thank you so much for making this happen as well. Huge thanks to everybody playing today, so I'm just gonna read them out. In reverse order, Jamil, Dunch, you, Wise Runner, Mons, Deus Mortis, Willie BN1, the one also known as Neo, Chuchin, Longi, Frizzler, Humble Juggernaut, Deer, Nimzoic, MCG Bookkeeper, and Odol in the first position right now, with a scary Nisei division and a scarier Sunny the Ball. But anyway, well, anyway, we do have potentially a top 4 switcheroo, and apparently it was Nimzowic's. I don't even know if I'm pronouncing this correctly. But yeah, second tournament overall. So here we go, top 4. We are raising scary players here, huh? Anyway, so yeah, I'm just looking very, very quickly at the timing. 10 minutes. Okay, so we're gonna have to take minutes. Okay. So I'm just gonna be messaging people like this then, because why not? Oh wait, didn't I make this magical thing for rolls? No, I didn't. Well, anyway, maybe I should. No, too late for that. Anyway, I'm just gonna very quickly organize something very silly. Or actually, I'm not gonna organize anything. I'm just gonna do this. So yeah, we're gonna have Nisei Division and Sunny by Odal, Bookkeepers, Acme Consulting and Alice Merchant, MCG's Harishandra and Ken Express Tenma. Ken Tenma in the finals. Roar. And then we are going to have, obviously, what's his name? Deers. Sorry, I was just completely skipping over Nimzowich's corpse, like, but no. Deers, Harpsichord, and Adam. That's basically... Whoa, let me just take a look at this. That's basically no Shapers, but well, Boo Shapers. I mean, let's be honest, Humble Juggernaut did an amazing job playing from New Zealand with the time zones being completely out of whack and coming in 6th. So close. No matter how far. But yeah, I should be doing the pairings right now. So yeah, absolutely. Splendid. Typing in, trying to think what to say, but there's not much to say other than I should be pairing people up. Right. So, things are to be changed a bit, and I will have to figure out how to do it without breaking stuff. So yeah. I hope I can make the top 4 work somehow. Like a manual cut or something. Let's just see. I do have to change some pairings. So, because Odal, Bookkeeper, and MCG are keeping their position, but Deer is moving up 1 slot, I'll just have to basically replace Nimzowicz with the pairing. And that's gonna be it. I just hope I can make it happen. I'm pretty sure I can make it happen. Because Cobra is an amazing piece of software. Thank you so much, Jono and company. Okay. Okay, so I just love it how we have so many new users that it's hard to hit the right username tapping in 3 first characters anymore, you know? It's like, it's just not possible. Okay, anyway. Okay, sorry chat for letting you hang there, but yeah. Humble Juggernaut is an absolute beast, I absolutely agree. If there are beasts in New Zealand, Humble Juggernaut is one of them, for sure. It's Monday, 9:45 AM, and I'm going to bed. Lockdown is worth it. Oh man! Oh, I have those tiny tears of in my eyes for real. Like I'm actually getting emotional here. Thank you so much for playing. You are an absolute beast, and if we ever meet, you have your favorite beverage on me, because that was just a lovely thing to say. Anyway, but yeah, we could be talking about things, but the top 4 players are, like I already mentioned, due to the shuffling, unfortunately, because Nimzowicz has to bail, but that's okay. We have Odal, Bookkeeper, MCG, and Deer in the top 4. So, yeah. Oops, I cannot actually do it in one go, right? Yeah, that would be too cool if things just work like this. Oh no, maybe I can. Oh, I just broke Restream. Okay, fair enough. Never mind. Don't worry. I'll try to avoid things breaking in the future. But yeah, sorry for breaking Restream. I'm just stress testing people's apps, you know, without... Okay. Okay, so we already have some picks. Now I'm just gonna let you know as soon as I enter them into the system. Folks have chosen Hodl is gonna corp with his scary, absolutely scary Jinteki, and Bookkeeper is gonna run against MCG. That is the order of the day, I believe. Let me just look if the pairings are showing up properly here. Yes, they are, more or less, of course, for your entertainment. I do have the list in front of me. And I am not... Oh, I'm using... what's the name again? Keyhole, but Keyhole needs links. So I'll not be able to paste any things. Well, we can talk about the decks as they play. No problem whatsoever. In the meantime, have you noticed that we actually launched System Gateway? Yeah. 28 days of new cards and spoilers and fun times and a lot of excitement, and here we are. This full System Gateway spoiler is out on the page, on the site, and yeah, you are ready to roll with the game. And if you're new to the game, welcome. And if you've been around, good to see you again. Oh, bummer then. With the top 4, they're sharing their decks like there's no tomorrow. And yeah. I'm just gonna show the timers again just to make sure that I didn't scare anybody with the timing. Yeah, we still have around 7 minutes to start. We have Olo versus Deer and Bookkeeper versus MCG. I think we're gonna watch Bookkeeper versus MCG. I'm really curious about that. Spicy Harishandra. It's good to see it in action, right? Spicy decks are fun. Should we go into the tournament tab? No, that wouldn't make any sense, right? Well, anyway. If there's 74 games on JNet right now, okay? If people keep coming at this rate, we'll have to probably, I don't know, get more servers or something? I don't even know anymore. Humble Juggernaut, thank you so much. You have no idea how much I enjoy this stuff. Looking forward to next time go win Deer. We'll have to check the VODs after. Yeah, I mean, I enjoy making things for cool people like yourself. I was going to say fanatical or something, but that sounds kind of scary, so no. We're not here into fanaticism. So, yeah, let me just fix some things. Fanaticism comes from fans, right? So it's kind of, I don't know, I'm on the fence. Language is a difficult thing, and the more languages you try to speak, the scarier it becomes. So I don't even know what to say anymore. But anyway, thank you so much for playing, watching, doing all those cool things. I'll be hopping around into JNet any second now. A huge, absolutely immense and mind-boggling thanks to the devs who did the update today. Some things messed up, but they fixed things anyway. So we're in the biz of playing this game. Without that crew, and I'm not kidding, and we all know it, without them, playing Netrunner during the pandemic would be very, very hard, if not impossible, right? I mean, I don't know. Basically, we'd probably have to drop Netrunner and just, I don't know, pick something else up. Go online is quite cool. But anyway, I mean, there's still, of course, Tabletop Simulator and all that stuff. We would probably adapt. But JNet makes things so much easier. So huge thanks to the JNet crew for all their efforts from day one of Jinteki.net becoming a thing. Whoever put a line of code in there or fixed something or noted a bug, you are a hero in my eyes. I know it sounds like a big thing, but, well, I'm not trying to... Anyway, we're going to be playing top 4 soon. And, yeah, I should ask my co-commentators from earlier on. So you and Captain Nice, if you're around, or if anybody else is interested in jumping into the co-commentating booth. Okay, you cannot make it. Okay, but thank you so much for commentating. This was an absolute blast to have you... I'm just wondering, I don't know. MCG, well, I cannot get him to commentate, but... Also, Dunch might be interested. I can also do the commentary, don't worry. Just because I'm me doesn't mean I cannot commentate, right? Okay, yeah, cool thing. So Captain Nice is they're gonna take a break. Okay, I'm gonna commentate this round. What, you think I cannot commentate anymore? I know how this game works. You install cards and then stuff happens and then you win. Duh. Obviously. Easy peasy. Okay, anyway, let me just keep an eye on the timers. Truchin saying, thank you all for the great tournament again. I remember long last in the old meta. I'm not sure how lockdown will continue in new meta and when, but I think West will figure it out. Yeah, thanks a lot. Well, I mean, take care and congratulations to the top 4. Yeah, see you next time. Absolutely. The new meta is going to be quite interesting. So I'm going to be pinging a lot of people tomorrow some way to just see, what exactly can be done to make this work. And maybe, just maybe, for the first lockdown, I don't know. I have this kind of... I mean, this is just a suggestion from my twisted head. To just make it happen in a way where... where... the new cards are not restricted in any way whatsoever. I don't know. Okay, well, anyway, let's take a look at the timer. This music is badass. I mean, which track is this? I like it as well. In the Groove, so good. Jeez, you knocked it out again off the park. Out of the park, of some park. I don't know. 40-minute games, by the way. This is gonna be a fun thing. 40-minute games. This is the top 4. Are you ready? I hope you're ready. If you're not ready, then I don't know who's ready. I should be ready, right? I should be somehow ready. I just broke something here. How did I break it? I don't know. I'm just gonna fix it in a second. Wait a second. This is how you fix things. Just drag things using your fingers. I'm using high-tech, I'm using high-tech, which is called my fingers, basically. And here we go. Yeah, here we go. Timer's on. We're going to be running for 40 meters and 40 minutes. Bookkeeper versus MCG, who was here earlier on commentating with me. One of the legends of lockdown. Never missed a lockdown. Ha! Mark is a beast of a player. And a lovely, fun guy. Fun person, sorry. Fun guy always makes me think of mushrooms, sorry. But anyway, if you want to get out of a room and you don't know how, you should ask Mark, he probably knows. So yeah, we have 2 Polish players, by the way, in the top 4, and I should be running a raffle, right? Oh no, it's just gonna be me and my radio voice. Indeed, Sweeps Week. That's some sweet value for 1 credit. And the Harishandra Entertainment Machine is booting up. They know what you want. Versus Alice Merchant. She's gonna sell you some pain through archives, basically. She's the agent provocateur of the Yarogniev brothers. And guess what? They're space Polish people. So Bookkeeper playing them is only thematic and extra points. The actual Dex saying don't choke MCG. Okay, who the hell is the actual Dex? But anyway, thanks for joining, and yeah, don't choke it. You can do it, especially when you play Attitude Adjustment. Oh wait, was that played? No, that was trashed. Sad stuff. Well, anyway, Alice is gonna do this to you if you don't protect your archives, which you should post haste. And I was going to do stuff on Discord, but I forgot what was I supposed to do. Good night to Dunch, who actually also has to go to sleep. Fair enough. I mean, let's be honest. Tomorrow is Monday for a lot of us, and we have to work. Hey there, Fachuran. Thank you for joining the stream, and thank you for the follow. Running archives are the dirty laundry. I wish I could read a comic book or a story, like a, you know, like an illustrated story with Chelsea Getters or Gator. I don't know how to pronounce it. Probably sorry for mispronouncing it. But with the art of that artist, that would be quite cool. I like the style. It's pretty outrun while everybody's sitting. But anyway, and here we go. Attitude adjustment, getting re-education and re-education into R&D and shuffling this. So agenda galore for Harishandra. And I was going to say something more, and then again I forgot. But anyway, I keep hearing that new players are joining the game, by the way. So, and I don't mean today's tournament. I mean from the release and from a few days before. A lot of people have just showed up and said, "Hey, I want to play this game again," or anew, and that's great. So welcome back, or welcome to the game once more. You are watching Lockdown 13, the luckiest of lockdowns, with some technical difficulties caused by JNet devs, who are lovely people. We love you all. This is top 4 game, round number 1, and this is table 2 between Bookkeeper and between MCG. Both players know their decks, and they're gonna share them, because top 4 players are lovely folks that usually share their decks. People who are not in top 4, they're also lovely folks. But Lockdown has this cute potential of you being able to divulge, to reveal your tech right at the tournament, or the moment after, because nobody else is going to play this deck again until I don't know when. Corroder running archives. Okay, this Alice means business. That's a Data Raven, and Corroder is not a happy camper, but there is an MK Ultra in the bin. Bookkeeper chooses not to take a tag, doesn't care. Did tax MCG out on 4 credits. But Data Raven on archives against Alice Merchant, that's cool. By the way, Rebirth is banned in Lockdown by default, so this Alice is gonna stay Alice. There's not gonna be any shenanigans with her becoming somebody else. In case you're wondering, like, if there's gonna be some Omar action or anything like that, nope, that's not gonna happen. Not in this tournament. And Alice Merchant is a cool ID. The 50 cards, a bit harsh, but I love the art. It's just badass, and the ability is quite cool. Very Anarch. I love the Mars theme. Very Martian, straight out of the Expanse. And yeah. I did lose a fair share of cards to Alice Merchant, and I did trash a fair share of Corp cards as Alice Merchant as well in my day, so definitely not a top tier ID when it comes to winning big tournaments all the time, but interesting and different, and that's what I like. I like spice in my Netrunner. Speaking of spice, we are expecting some spicy moves from MCG. Harishandra, to remind you, if the runner is tagged, they play with their grip revealed. So even if Harishandra's ability doesn't work properly, there will have to be a way of making it work somehow, right? I mean, one would expect. Maybe there's some sort of a magical trick that the players can do, or they can just share the information over voice. So if we don't see the cards here, that doesn't mean much because those two players might be exchanging information over Discord. So always remember that if you have people on Discord, it's much easier for them to communicate. Captain Nice was mentioning that earlier on the stream. If you play on Discord with the voice chat enabled, you might just be able to play a bit faster, if that rows your boat, because you're just exchanging information on the go. Here we go. Deuce is wild for a... that's an exposure and run. So where will Bookkeeper run? Probably Archives, right? I mean, you could just run... Oh no, actually going for an R&D. Here comes the IP block. That's something that Corroder is happy to deal with for a decent 2 creds and a decent break a sub, because you don't have to really worry about the tagged sub, and a second IP block. Okay, so we're through. Bookkeeper now gets to access a card. In the meantime, the heap has all the breakers it needs, so we're ready to go. That's why it was a confident run into R&D. Not worrying to face check anything. Squared Sarah saying, come on MCG, finish on the podium for once. Duh, you're already on the podium, and in lockdown the podium is 4 spots big, so basically MCG is already among the top 4, and that's great. But yeah, absolutely, fingers crossed for both players here, because they're both cool folks. They can just win both. I don't know, maybe we should just do this, right? If you get into top 4, oh, that's a cool idea for a hybrid tournament. You get into the top 4, and then the top 4 players form 2 teams, and then they play two-headed runner. And then they just play this series of kind of 4 games, but then they share the... Oh, this is amazing. And then they win as a team of 2. Whoa. Squared Sarah killing it in the chat saying, but the real podium, not the wooden spoon pity podium. Dear folks in the chat, this is a decent casual tournament. We don't have wooden spoon podiums here. I'm sorry. We have absolutely cool chrome and steel and aluminium and Kevlar podiums that are super durable and big, and like basically if it's a 50-person tournament, everybody's on the podium anyway. Apologies for the noise in the background. I'm just switching some seats around. Two-headed runner sounds super funny. How would we pull it off online? I don't know. I mean, Discord helps a lot, right? We'll just have to rename the teams or something. Anyway, running into HQ to poke there, a slot machine getting rezzed. Not a big problem for Bookkeeper, who's on an astronomical 20 plus credits right now, so money just flowing. MCG a bit poorer, but here's a data raven, and that is a tag. And if you get that tag, you have to show the cards. So say we all, as certain people in a certain series would usually say. Here we go, that MK Ultra is gonna hit the table, so there will be a tag, and that means, unless I'm mistaken, but that means that basically the moment that tag is taken, the cards become public for the corp. The runner cards are becoming public. And here we go. Now MCG is going, so... Yes. My ability is not working since the update this afternoon. We all know that basically that was the devs of JNet plotting against Harishandra so that Harishandra doesn't ring lockdown. Indeed. It's a meme. Yeah, the workaround is you telling me, which is a bit of a pain. Well, yeah, I wish I could see the cards. This is an interesting feature for future iterations of JNet. where there should be a button to just flip your hand, and there should be some sort of a confirmation or something. But should be able to reveal or hide your hand, because for teaching games that would be brilliant, right? You can just show your hand and say, okay, now I'm gonna hide my cards and I'm gonna keep playing, and then I'm gonna show you my hand later and talk about things. Well, anyway, just saying, I have late night ideas. Don't worry about me. Okay, so 3 times I've had worse, 2 times more. Wow, cool. Yeah, it also makes things much easier to type in, right? That's a Scourge. That's not too bad, but I had worse and Scourge are not best friends, especially if you have 3 of them. This Alice Merchant is loaded. Okay, now I know something too. Yep, Bookkeeper. Definitely onto something there. Yeah, I mean, if there's gonna be a lot of card information changing hands, so to speak, I will be adding some time, because it is, in a 40-minute game, it is time. So, I will be probably adding stuff. Great Sarah saying, nothing is scheduled for MCG, however placid he seems. He just won an escape room tournament gold medal. Oh! Sorry, I just totally missed that. Ooh, congratulations, MCG. No, how do you get gold medals in escape room tournaments? I mean, I can imagine, but like, that sounds so cool. Basically, you walk out, you get the medal, and everybody else stays in the room and just cannot escape. And you're like, I escaped. Also, Escape from New York and Escape from LA are the original escape room films. It's just they take whole cities as escape rooms. And then there was supposed to be Escape from Earth, and they never made it because, well, Kurt Russell and Carpenter didn't get to do it. I assume that Squared Sarah and Fatcheron are from the same team. Pretty much, you sacrifice all your team members. I assume who gets out fastest gets gold. Yeah, I don't know. Who gets fastest gets platinum, and then the second person gets gold, right? And then there are some wooden spoons I hear. I don't know. Anyway, running that remote. Data loop. Spicy Tech be here, slot machine. Because there's still cards in the stack to be revealed, and I think the point of Harishandra and the point of this deck is basically to know what's going on and then to strike. And here is a strike that actually means when you score education, the runner, well, that didn't happen, so anyway. But that's a cool card. With a, let's call it a patronizing fatherly figure among children, I assume, of a certain age, with their brains being connected by some weird things, or maybe it's just a hair massage machine with a weird logo, I don't know. But re-education sounds scary. And we don't need no education, we don't need no thoughts control, no thought sarcasm, no dark sarcasm in this classroom, also no holograms of this man in a suit. I mean, is this Jackson Howard? Is this supposed to be Jackson Howard? Well, anyway, back into the game. A full rig for Bookkeeper, a ton of credits. How does he keep making all this money? Like, I mean, let's see. Okay, no, that's just money, more money, more career fair. Okay, more money, additional money, extra money, and more money. Okay, fair enough. No, that's, yeah, okay, you have money. And the MCG on the other side, this is not a bad setup, huh? I mean, you just need more money because you only had some money, but not a lot of money. Ghost Branch, what a card. Basically Casper and friends going, ooh, and look at this, price X. Spicy, pricey, spicy price X. Someone once made a very twisted joke talking to me at a tournament that price X is basically a tribute to the Tool, the band called Tool, the Tool song called Present Sex, and I was like, I don't think it's the same thing, but okay, because it's a very dark song. But anyway, Dirty Laundry going into R&D. Apologies for dark jokes, but it's getting dark here. It's kind of 11-ish, and we're just starting top 4, so I'm gonna go to sleep tomorrow. You have to excuse moi, but I'm just gonna be getting into a twisted territory of dangerous running and even more dangerous corping. IP block not a problem, but Bookkeeper now is getting low on credits. And I don't think any I Had Worse have been played, so there's still 3 copies of that in Bookkeeper's hand, or grip, I should say, but, you know, things hurt. I mean, even if you draw extra cards and so on, then you're going to be out of those I've Had Worses, and if kill is the plan for MCG, then it might be happening. Hedge Fund with a new art by Kieran Nguyen. Such a cool art. I like it. The colors are cool. It's kind of... It almost looks like a rave party, you know, with all those lights. But I'm not going to be talking about the art right now because my super duper long stream is coming up next week. And I'm going to be talking about everything about Gateway because I'll just give you the freshman's approach to Gateway complete and whatnot. And system update as well. And I'll be playing games and there will be raffles. Oh, raffles! I should be running a raffle. Sorry, folks. So yeah, let's keep the game going. But I'm going to be organizing a raffle in the background right now as well. Do excuse me if I miss some super duper cool play. And by the way, in case you're wondering how the hell I can have so much energy at 11 is just basically because my lovely co-commentators jumped in and decided to help me, and that really did help me just get my speaking energy back. So that's basically it. Okay, we're gonna be running a raffle for 45 minutes because 45 is a nice number because there's a brimful of Asha on the 45, in case you know what I mean. What was the thing called? It's a beanstalk? Click counter, right? Yeah. So yeah, I assume it's a click counter unless it's for something else, but no, it's a beanstalk. Click counter. Yeah, that's gonna be it. This might mean nothing to a lot of you, but to some of you it might be worth everything, so I'm just gonna add this. And I believe I'm going to start the giveaway right now. So for 45 minutes, and I will restart it if I have to, might actually take longer than 45 minutes, there shall be a raffle in. You can win a FFG's orange beanstalk click counter. I assume it's a click counter. What else could it be with this number of tokens, right? It is a vintage object. It is fresh, never used in a game. Never used, but I just have it here. Basically beanstalk's base and then 4 those slotty things that slot into each other. I said slotty, I didn't say anything else, okay? Don't be a nasty person. And when they slot in, they basically inform your opponent that you have clicks and they don't. So I just checked whether the product is complete. It is. It has the counters. Do jump in by typing in !raffle. And you will be able to receive a ticket. And chances are that the gods of randomness, of mechanical randomness, also known as the bioroids of Streamlabs, are going to choose you and not somebody else. Well, anyway. I haven't missed much, but the situation is actually equalizing in favor of MCG. However, the longer the game goes, the more chances Bookkeeper has to find those 4 missing points and win. And the more Rozekis at the table, the worse it looks for MCG, who does not have that much of an econ going. And I know that this econ is not about assets, I assume, because that just doesn't look like a deck that would be profiting from assets. I'm just checking the list. No, it's definitely an operation-based deck. And yeah, there's a very spicy card here. There is a copy of Complete Image here. And I'm mentioning it freely because the opponents know each other's decks in top 4. They share them in the channel, so if you're actually on lockdown on the Nisei Online Event Hub, also known as Noe, which is almost Noah, but not really, and then you've seen the decks. Interesting builds. Okay. You know what? We should be giving Tripmirror's music a break and slotting back some pumping beats from the good old times of... What's his name again? Unreal Tournament, of course. So let's just do that after this tune, which is the lovely, delicate relaxing. Personal touch. We're gonna put some beat on this baby. We're gonna put some jam into the engine, and we're gonna jam it hard, and it's gonna be a bit more energetic. Also because it's gonna wake you all people up, or help you get up wherever you are. And I don't see any results just yet from the other games, so I assume that Deer and Odal are duking it out. The hardcore players they are. Hippo hitting the table here. Does it really look like a hippo to you? That's the question, right? Oh! Now I understand, because of the size, of course. I mean, getting it up the stairs was enough for him to know that if he ever moved, it was staying. Yeah, I mean, okay, it is a hippo. Fair enough, never mind. Going for... Okay, taking the attack. 3 times F-Edwards and a hotel. And the hotel is, of course, an Earthrise hotel, which you use to draw extra cards. This is a lovely build. Those career fairs for 1 influence and for the lovely art of Zoe Cohen. Yeah, this is really cool. You can install a lot of goodness. That poor Data Raven is bye-bye. And we see a Scorch in the bin. We see an exchange of information. Ooh, that is not good. The Consulting missing as well. The Punitive. That would be so cool. And I have to love this Aziraphale reference here, because this is clearly Aziraphale from Good Omens. I mean, who else, right? Wait, was Aziraphale the good one? Or was it the bad one? Well, basically the one played by, what's his name, Neil Tennant? I don't even know. Guy from hell. Well, anyway. He had cool glasses, a cool car, and flames were cool with him as well. So, chugging some diesel. Yeah, I mean, we definitely are gonna get some Sonic diesel in. I should be refilling my water tank here. Because I'm like a penguin, I live in a water tank. Jeez, it's been a year since the first lockdown, by the way. Like, it's just scary when I think about it. And I ran 13 tournaments of this. I'm not getting nostalgic, I'm getting scared. Congrats to all of you for making it through for this mess out there. And, you know, keep going. We're gonna reach the other side of this. We're reaching it slowly, so... And there's gonna be more lockdowns, and there's gonna be more turnpikes, and the turnpike is still gonna be annoying for you because you have to lose a tag. You don't have a wasteland to stop you from the encounter effect here. So duh. It seems that a lot of people are asleep and nobody wants to win that Beanstalk click counter, which is okay. It's gonna go to Captain Nice, no problem. Not a problem at all. Come on, get into the raffle right now. Or you can just win it for MCG, who's too busy playing this and potentially trying to score. But that's not gonna happen. 15 minutes. Ay. This reminds me of a series of articles that I did once on the Nisei.net website, which was a series of mini interviews. I should be maybe getting back to this. I don't know. No time for that. Anyway, MCG taking it. Why? You would ask, why do you want to get this 1-pointer? And well, basically because if you don't and the runner hits a 3-pointer, it's game over. So you don't want the runner to be in match point territory, and 4 points in a deck of 3-pointers is definitely match point territory. So yeah, you're gonna take this out of the runner's scoring area, and you want to make sure that they don't have any ideas about scoring that 7th point while you are trying to score your first point. Bookkeeper taking it easy. Trying to get more information here. We didn't have a single I've had words trashed. Earthrise Hotel. Basically the place where you don't sleep because you cannot see the moon unless you really try. Can you see the moon from Earthrise Hotel? Okay, nah, probably you can. Anyway, never remember if Earthrise is between the Earth and the Moon, or is it on the Moon? Well, doesn't really matter right now. Captain Nice with the truth in the chat. Kill seems very out of the question. I mean, yeah. Absolutely agreed with this statement. Simply because 2 Scorches are in the bin now. Getting all those toes back, nope. So MCG's best hope is taxing Bookkeeper out on other servers and then using server 1 to score agendas. How well this can work, hard for me to say. I'm just gonna check the timers. Okay. We are still going well here. Over 10 minutes, around 13 minutes left in the round. So far the game is progressing smoothly, so I assume we'll just not be adding a lot of time, if any, maybe a minute or two. But I'll definitely make it clear at least 5 minutes before the timer runs out that we will be extra timing this, if we will. Apologies for the zoom out, but here we go. Black Orchestra going through that slot machine and then jacking out. And you could ask, why? Well, because there are things here and there. Let's take a look at the heap. Nothing very scary missing from Bookkeeper's arsenal, so the heap looking okay. And here we go. MCG doing the thing, which is basically install Advanced Server 1, hoping that those 10 credits and whatever it is in server 1 are going to survive the next turn. Just as a reminder, NGO front is not in the game today, so that can't be an NGO front. Could be a trap, could be a ghost branch. Who knows? Then again, why would you put a ghost branch in there if you cannot really kill the runner anymore? Bookkeeper saying wait. Whoops, there was a wait. Okay, that was a res. I mean. Okay. Well, okay, it was rest. Okay, no worries. I mean, it is a casual tournament, so I usually leave this to the players, and if they ask me to intervene, I shall. But because this is a casual tournament, and I do trust my players to be awesome folks, and I'm usually never wrong. Actually, never ever have I been wrong during the lockdown tournaments about all the people being excellent who play in them as community members and opponents and, you know, people to hang out with. So yeah, kudos to everybody who played from Edition 1 to Edition 13. Now, Bookkeeper could have jacked out here, but no, he chose to continue. That's a second Data Raven on the table. Oh yeah, there was a third one, but it's in the bin, so we know all the positions of all the Data Ravens. And interestingly enough, there's a toll booth in the bin as well. So I'm going to look if this is the only toll booth in this deck. Yup. Okay, that is a cool card not to have to face in this deck, I have to say. Now Bookkeeper's thinking because 7 cards in hand, 7 cards in the grip, so if Bookkeeper takes that tag, then MCG will get the information. Okay, so here's the tag. I will be adding some time for them. On table 1, Odal corped over Deer successfully. So that's some news for you. Hope they kept they kept a save of the game. Okay, so Bookkeeper has 3 copies of Five Dwarfs, 1 EH is Earthrise Hotel, of course, 1 Wanton Destruction, 1 Ice Carver, and 1 Bagat. That's a lot of cool cards that are annoying. I mean, Bagat with Maw, and that's mean, but Alice Merchant is basically about trashing your cards. This is the interesting part about Netrunner and deck building. If you have a base ability of your ID, there are 2 approaches to it. Either use it as a very collateral thing, and it's kind of like maybe a nice thing to have on the side, but not really that important. Or you go full hog and you kind of invest in squeezing as much of this ability into your game plan and basically choosing cards that, like, you know, at least 70, if not more % of your cards in your deck directly synergizing or combining with your ID's ability somehow. Some IDs have abilities that are powerful and you cannot really get that many options. Okay. That's a 15 minutes. Can be shuffled back in. The funny thing is, and look at the situation here. I mean, Bookkeeper started his turn with 16 credits, right? This is the end of the turn. We're down to 2. And a tag, which you have to clear. The only good news for Bookkeeper is that you get free draw from Earthrise. You have a Paladin Poema that does help with discounts. And then the Rozekis are on the table and are producing you some credits. You have some income, but it's not really looking that good for the run right now. I'm not trying to say that MCG is in a much better spot. I mean, 15 cards in archives right now, so a third of the Corp card, more or less, Corp cards in the bin, and a lot of the econ in there already. MCG choosing to click for credits, which is not the most efficient ways to use your clicks, but still. Yeah, install advance, 15 minutes to bluff Bookkeeper inside the remote. Very nice indeed, because then you can just click to get it back. And this was the thing, Bookkeeper got really taxed out to get into this remote, which is good news for MCG, but this is the question now. How fast is your recovery? MCG ending the turn, discarding a card, so 1 card in the bin. Probably doesn't strategically matter much which one it is. Rozeki. Okay, so yeah, Earthrise drawing 2, Rozeki's giving 2 credits, and then Paladin Poem with 4 credits on it. That's a strong thing. MCG does need to score an agenda fast, or you lose to time. Indeed, I'm checking the timer right now. Yeah, 6 minutes. I will be adding 2 minutes. Attitude adjustment. There are agendas and HQ. And I think this is the third attitude adjustment. 2 degree melts. Oof. Jeez. It is attitude adjustment number 2. Okay. Career fair hitting the table. And this Ice Carver has beautiful art by Krembler. It just looks so good. Okay, MCG going for it. Double advance to server 1. Could be the 15 minutes, could be something else. Liberated account on the table, and look at Bookkeeper's credit total. It's just scary. Bouncing back so fast back into more than 10 credits. That Archangel, though, a nasty piece of ice. Very good value for the 4 to res. Plus, it's an ambush, so it actually works even if you reveal it from R&D. Even if you access it from R&D, it's really a good card. I never thought about it, but 4 is a very decent cost to res, something with Strength of 6 that does basically mess with the runner's game plan in a nasty way, depending on their build and everything. But, you know, returning an installed card in most cases does set the runner back. And it's a very nasty face check ice if there's something else afoot, because the corp can just choose which card goes into the grip. And, you know, that means if you, for example, if you let it fire here, then you can just bounce something that would allow the runner to, for example, interact with the ice on position 2. Or is it position 1? But basically the only secret ice we haven't seen yet on server 1. Here we go, Archives. So Alice Merchant's ability to fire. And of course, this is also Bookkeeper trying to stretch MCG's resources and just saying, hey, I want to see the archives. I want to make you trash a card and whatnot. And also, maybe you want to res this ice. I mean, it's good for you. But MCG is not buying into this. The Turnpike happens. Here comes the Sun. No, here comes the MK Ultra. A ton of memory thanks to Mo, who... but that by some amazing wonder of nature has +2 MU, but it costs 6, so fair enough. Approaching Archives, trashing one card at random from HQ, which is the complete image. Oh no, that's actually, sorry, at the Green That is looking very grim and dire for MCG here, not gonna lie. That's 6 points on the runner side. Checking the time. With the extra addition of time, around 4 minutes left. And I know that I shouldn't be saying extra addition, but like with the additional time, basically for technical reasons, around 4 minutes left in this game, and MCG's situation is looking dire, but this deck definitely benefits from being secret, so, you know, playing in the... It's an interesting thing with playing public, playing open decks in a way, because, yeah, I mean, in a way, the ignorance of the runner is a huge boon to the corpse arsenal, but then it's also kind of flourish, you know, just saying, hey, you can see my deck, you can see all its secrets, and I'm still gonna try and win because now I can play with your mind. Now I can just mess around and make you think that the card you think it is, because you know that there's a card like this in there, it's actually a different card. Aha. Well, anyway, you've all been there, you've all played this game, and you've all felt this situation where having that extra information was actually against you. Bagat hitting the table, so additional pressure on R&D, and of course additional pressure on HQ. Basically a lot of pressure, because also Mo and Alice Merchant, so we have a triple threat of trashing cards here. Keeping one eye on this screen, the other eye on the other screen. I have this special ability. And I'm just checking for the timer because it's going to ring out at some point. I wonder if Bookkeeper is going to still choose to go for server 1. I think a lot depends on this particular interaction here right now with the HQ. Also, there's only 10 cards left in R&D, so that's a bit rough, because that doesn't leave a lot of fuel for the corp. 3 times I've heard words and labor rights. Oh, wow. I mean, I have to say one thing. Bookkeeper's draw and kind of sequential play of different cards, I think it has been mostly flawless in this game. And here's the agenda. That's game before the time. And just on time. 3 agendas in hand all game. Oh, bummer. I mean, I do feel for MCG. But hey, guess what? That's not being out of the game yet, right? We all know this. Because right now, with Bookkeeper's win, I can complete this round. go for the next round. But yeah, when the tech is known, yeah, that MCG definitely has a great point here. When you know the tech, then it's very hard to defend your surprise. But well, I'm just letting people know in the chat in Discord that we're gearing up for the next game, and the pairings are as follows: it's going to be Deer versus MCG, and Bookkeeper versus Odal. And you know what? Oh, it's gonna be... Yeah, we see what the pairings are, because we've seen Odal is gonna be running now. So, yeah. I'm just going to very quickly take a look at the deck shares. Oh yeah, is Cobra showing this actually? It should. Yeah, so Deer will be corping versus MCG's runner, and Odal will be running against Bookkeeper's corp. I think I would love to see what MCG can do with the Ken Tenma deck, because that's gonna be absolutely fun to see. Oh geez, no, we definitely want to see that Ken Tenma deck in action against that particular NDN. This is gonna be cool. Let's just do this. I'm just setting stuff up, making sure that I fade into this. And whoops, that was messy. And I don't need the Barcelona player. 40 minutes in this round as well. So we have MCG facing Deer. Both players have been playing in lockdowns before. MCG actually has played in all 13 of them. So there's definitely a continuity cup for MCG in there somewhere. And Deer, basically every time they play, they get into top 4, I think, right? Has this been the Deer's law or not? I have to check it later on in the stats. But anyway, Harpsichord Studios, which I love as an ID. And also it's about music. I mean, you know, music and sports, these are my favorite IDs, and I know that they're not competitive, although sports did win worlds. Thank you very much, Lime. Limes, you did it, and we love you for that. Anyway, so yeah, Home of Your Imagination and Harpsichord here versus gonna Express Tenma, living in a fast lane. And here we go with the fast lane. That's a Blueberry Diesel. Could use an energy drink right now myself. No option for that. Well, anyway, this is both players' last chance to stay in the top, because they will have to... The winner of this will have to compete with the person defeated in the other game, which is basically Polish best of Bookkeeper versus Odal. So people who have played against each other quite a few times. Okay, Deer's just going for the horizontal play here, and with that missed bones on the table, if you're MCG and you have so many credits, what do you do? Do you go in and face check those Mumbat temples? Oh, sorry, Mumbat temples, what am I talking about? MVTs, Mumbat virtual tours, sorry. But you don't actually have any in this deck, so you know that they don't exist. Franchise City, nice! So that gets scored as an agenda point, and there's an award bait that's scored as well. Which would probably mean that server 4 is also an agenda? And this is beautiful. When the runner accesses award bait, you may place up to 2 advancement tokens on a card that can be advanced. And guess what? Server 4 is an agenda. Or is it? Bam! It's another award bait. And Franchise City, I love this card. It's a good card. It just does things that Harpsichord needs its cards to do, and it blends into the game plan seamlessly, allowing you to just basically say, yeah, okay, you do take an agenda, but I still get a point. And I love this because for 3 credits, it's totally worth it. If they trash it, that's still 2 credits, you know, and you don't really lose anything. So it's all about choosing the right order to, you know, in the shell game. Like, where am I actually going? Bravado. Going through that ISO, extra value for Ken here. Accessing an unseen card, trying to hunt for some agendas, probably running HQ next. Or just drawing up. I mean, yeah, you can definitely try and see. And there's a quantum predictive model, and you are not tagged, so the kitten stays with the runner this time. Value, indeed. Here we go with a tapeworm, and yeah, you can totally get a lot of credits from tapeworm. Keep this deck below 5 credits all game. I can do that. Yeah, I mean, when Deer says that they can do something, that is fairly possible. So watch out. This tapeworm might be the least profitable tapeworm in the history of this game. But who knows? Who knows? MCG basically with the HQ wide open here, so could just keep running, trying to poke for some agendas. Both players on 2 points. Not a bad thing. Peeking into server 5. That's a new Steam, man. Here's the fun part. Tags or -1? I would go for the -1, right? Right, would you? Oh, decision time. But yeah, 2 tags instead. Okay. Also an option. Deer getting dangerously close to the 5 credit limit, at which tapeworm actually starts becoming profitable, so you don't want to cross that threshold. Oh, bummer. Huge thanks to everybody still online and watching, by the way. It's getting late for most of you, early for some of you, but yeah. We had a bit of a delay today of around 2 hours because of technical issues. And the event should be ending right now, but it's not, so huge apologies to everybody who was expecting it to end earlier. Here comes the Bravado number, is it 3? No, it's number 2. Getting into R&D, poking, not finding anything, drawing extra cards. Server 6 is looking spicy, but in case you haven't heard, Oh no, actually no, this is not the trap deck. Oh, there was a different trap deck, yeah. Excuse me, I was thinking this was the deck that killed the runner turn 1, but no. This is a... Oh, is it? I mean... Well, anyway, this is a Beal. An over-advanced Beal! Wild. 5 agenda points, so this is basically game point down, and then all those 3 cards. So, Mushin and 2 daily business shows going back. Is this the one with the kill cards? I'm just looking right now. It doesn't seem to be. No. There are some nasty cards in here, but none of the kill. Dirty Laundry into R&D. Deer not resing, because what can you res with 2 credits? You could res something, but not that much. Also in this deck, honestly, there's like 6 pieces of ice. So let's just say that resing ice is not your game plan here. This is Harpsichord. Harpsichord doesn't have ice. Harpsichord just lets people in. Oh, Franchise City. That's a shame. It's one of the victory conditions, I guess, in this deck. But that over-advanced Beal in the remote that was completely open, what a play. MCG now comfortably in the credit lead. Deer and the point lead. So basically everybody gets something. Mushin no Shin going for that card in server 7. Tapworm still gaining 0. This is just... Oh, whoa. I mean... How to make no money in Netrunner and still be ahead on points should be... I think it should be some sort of a... I don't know, like a podcast maybe by Deer. They could just pull it off, you know, just... Let me tell you about doing this, or making this happen in around 60 minutes, while we also discuss good coffee, for example. Well, anyway. Oh yeah, this is the kill deck. Excuse me, absolutely. There are 3 Project Junebugs in here. Just completely forgot. And this could be death, or this could be game. What can MCG do about this? Drop and run, I guess. Here we go. Is that a Junebug? Oh, wow. But what else would you do? I mean, there's no other way for you to, you know, to not draw up and whatnot. There was an inside. Oh no, inside. I was like bank job. No, inside job. Never mind. Excuse me. Is this a myth? Yeah, losing to Netmarker in a deck where you are counting on stealth. No, but 0 credit sweeps week. Yeah, that just happens when you're playing late or early or whatever and stuff. And then yeah, basically. Oh wow. If this is an agenda, this is going to be fun. No, this is a Rashida, which is a good trash. Yeah, I'm just wondering if the sweep for 0 was a whiff, or was it like a misplay with flourish, or was it just a vulgar display of power? Anyway, Deer is doing the things that I love the most about Harpsichord, is basically playing stock buyback. If you have stock buyback in your deck, we're chums. If I can win using stock buyback, I'm feeling much better than I can if I win without using stock buyback. It's just so funny. Deers, yeah, they're trying to psych out MCG for sure. Playing sweeps for 0. What are you even trying to do? Deer without further action, is that an agenda? Nope. Running again. That's an AR enhanced security. That is an agenda. You have scored an agenda, sir. There we go. No, this is like, wow. What? This reminds me of that top... was it a top 8 deck? which was just mooshining the hell out of everything, and it was just, yeah, this is the same vibe. It's like, hey, might as well. Because MCG is now facing potentially Junebugs or not? Maybe the name of this deck is Junebug or not. Or Big Beal. Beelbug. Beal's bugs. Anyway, running for server 9 because that seems to be the safest bet. That's a quantum breaks model, and this is potentially game because you cannot steal another agenda. So now MCG is just running for value to maybe find some Junebugs and trash them in case there are some... Ooh, award bait! Oh. Cannot be stolen. Wow. IP block. Okay, that's probably game. Or these are Junebugs. The only way to learn right now is to have Deer take their turn. Is that like a Mega Beal? Oh, that's that's super extra flourish Explodapalooza with 7 advanced encounters. What a game! What a blast of a game! Wow. This is like poker times 10. Wanted to make sure that under 5, keeping the deck under 5 credits. Certainly won't miss Mooshin. Indeed, Mooshin is going away, but I'm gonna miss Mooshin. This was absolutely wild. I'm super happy we got this on stream. So much fun. I'm gonna jump into the other game. I'm gonna leave those people to it because in the midnight hour we had Bookkeeper playing a big remote deck. Look at this beauty. I'm super happy we jumped into this game. 3 points on one side, 2 points on the other. 2 AR enhanced security scored, which is danger, danger, getting stranger. But this is a Sunny, and I know that Captain Nice is gonna exactly react to Sunny like this because Sunny is awesome. And this is a Hydra. Say hello to Hydra. It has many heads. It likes you tagged. Just as a reminder, Acme likes you tagged as well. So we're going for Rashida on server 6. Not an agenda. Bookkeeper on 3 credits. It's kind of looking sad on the money side. Odal on 12, but with 2 tags. Losing those tags right now. And Bookkeeper making money from that Maryland campaign. Getting those credits on the Mambo Temple as well. So that's the good news. Plus the 4 clicks from Jeeves if played right. And the Daily Business Show doing its thing. So yeah, a lot of nice pieces on the table. Nothing to regret here on the Corp side. You just have to keep drawing until you get the right cards and you score. So Deer is going to be facing whoever is going to be defeated in this game. And for now, it doesn't look like anybody's going to get defeated because both players are still standing strong here. Over 20 minutes left in the round. I wonder if Deer's time zone advantage in a way is gonna have an effect in the game against European players. It's getting close to midnight here, so Going for dirty laundry. Using that security nexus, which is a good thing, because it gets you in probably cheap, although Bookkeeper does have the money. And here we go, that's a double Beal score. This is 5 points. This is basically, well, match point area. Danger, danger. Bookkeeper needs to score some points fast, preferably that third Beal. Things looking up for Sunny. Money in the bank, cards on the table. Not much to worry about. Oh wow, okay, here we go. Fully operational for 4 options, but that's just a ton of money. And 2 cards. Odal gaining a disgusting 4 credits. And here we go, Black Hat. Ouch. This could be game. This is most likely, potentially, possibly game. Although, of course, it's never over until it's over. But Black Hat is so good. Oh no, the raffle is not over yet. It should be on for a while. Come on, raffle machine. So what's gonna happen now? Basically what's going on right now, excuse me for the silence, just collecting my thoughts and trying to find some pistachios. This IP block won't stop. Oh, whoa, trace 13. Okay. Odal is still able to pay extra and then is accessing extra cards, and this is it, that's game. I mean, because basically you get the extra deck from the Black Hat. Wow, GG. Oof. Yeah. This Sunny is mean. I mean, Odal brought 2 decks that just basically do good stuff. Okay. So I'm gonna hop out. I'm going to update, you know, the things that I should be updating. Also known as Cobra, with the results. And I'm going to let you know what's going to happen now. I mean, you probably know about it. But if you don't, we tell you that we'll have Bookkeeper facing Deer. So that's gonna be the next matchup. We get to resume the timeout game. Okay, yeah, there was a game that was timed out between those 2 players. So now we get to redo it and they get 40 minutes. Let me just hop into the table. And let me just make sure that everything is running. And let me just make sure that... Okay. There will be some extra time added to this game because of looking at deck lists. But anyway, excuse me. Here we go. Adam with the 3 directives. And I'm really sorry for slowing down a bit and just not being as energetic as I was 45 minutes ago. But it's midnight here, 5 minutes past midnight. So we're just gonna get this until the very sweet end. And we're gonna see if Acme Consulting is gonna get the Adam, or if Adam is gonna get the Acme Consulting. You do remember that Deer has a very cool deck that does cool things, but so does Bookkeeper. So let's see what's gonna happen between those 2 IDs and those 2 players who have met before today and had to, well, finish a game before they could get to 7 points because of timing. Now they have 40 minutes to play this game and hopefully get 2 points instead of time. The career fair are really cool include, basically making this daily cast free. On the other hand, Bookkeeper just saying, yeah, I'm just gonna score my Aries, and now trashing my cards is gonna be painful for you. And this is a really tricky bit here because you have to trash a card by paying its trash card if able, because of neutralize all threats, even though you get 1 extra HQ access. But still, Ares just says the first time the runner trashes a corp each turn, they get 1 tag. So, yeah. That's a daily business show. And you get a tag because you trash it, so you already have to start dealing with this by losing the tag. Will you be running again? Probably not. Final reminder to people on the stream, a final reminder that there is a raffle going on and I'll be closing it soon for a Beanstalk click counter that comes with 5 lovely pieces of plastic in the orange color with white accents, and it can help you count clicks. And if you don't like it, you can always give it as prize support to your friends and family, if your family plays in tournaments as well. Or it could be a gift to a new player in your meta, of which there shall be quite a few, I hope, soon. Here we go, running HQ and just... Oh, okay, that's the exchange of information. We know for a fact that it's already there. And Rizeki is not a bad card to have if you have to get extra money. It's a very good card to have, especially if you have to lose those tags for trashing corp cards. Bookkeeper confidently, all the servers open, no worry whatsoever. Just gaining a credit. Also, let's be honest, I mean, with a very low credit total, there's not much you can do. Krusty in the chat saying, run less clicks, such a brave move, yeah. You never know what you're gonna run into. You know, this is, was it Forrest Gump who said? Life is like a game of Netrunner, you never know what you're gonna run into, right? That's, you never know what you're gonna face check. That was basically Forrest Gump, the Bioroid runner, who was running a lot. Anyway, 15 minutes, stealing that, snatching that. A run is like a box of chocolates. Oh yeah, I like that, I like that. Captain Nice, very, very good remix. That is a Jeeves that has to be trashed. Which is not a bad thing, but then again, it's not a good thing. Because you have the tax to deal with, so... But yeah, you have the money to deal with stuff, so that's not too shabby. On the other hand, Bookkeeper is very low on credits, or not very, rather low on credits. Very low on defenses, and drawing into... Oh, okay, well, now the money situation has stabilized. You have to trash a card, though, from HQ. And so far, Archive's looking pretty decent and nothing scary in there. Same for the Heap, nothing really surprising in there. Both players... well, Adam already has kind of his feet, because Adam has the directives that kind of... Ooh, that's a big one. And a fully operational, that's not that important in the current situation, but stealing that Ares, the AR enhanced security, that's a biggie. And Deer now can breathe a bit easier, because if that one got into the scored area of the corp, then yeah, neutralize all threats would be a bit more of a liability than it is a boon to the runner. But yeah, Adam with his 3 directives, with the 3 directives he starts the game with, kind of already has certain tools on the table that allow you to pressure the corp even without any breakers. If you're, of course, if all the servers are open like this. But they do also limit your options, because, of course, I mean, your hand size is limited. You are more vulnerable to certain aggressive cards, to losing your grip and whatnot. Lady Liberty, oh geez, I mean, oof. Greenhagel saying, where's all of Bookkeeper's Eyes? Well, it never happened? That's basically the story? Emergent Creativity, such a good card to have. Brilliant. Deer in a better spot, but do not misjudge Bookkeeper's possibility of just turning this around, as long as he can get some ice going, because for now it's looking pretty dire, and you just have to wonder, well, where the hell is the ice? Where are all the ice cards? I'm actually gonna go in here and count the ice. There's 14 pieces of ice in this deck, and we've seen 0, including the archives. So something is definitely not working. Hedge funding and then going for a preemptive action. Maybe the Lady Liberty is coming back? No. Jeeves Daily Business Show and 1 unseen card. This is looking really dire for Bookkeeper or for the Corp here, because there should be a way to set up. I mean, seriously. 14 pieces of ice. Where are they? And now Ngolo in Deer's grip as well, which is a big problem. Getting that brain chip, oh, finally some ice. Getting that brain chip is a big deal, because now the hand size is going up to 5, which is good. MU, not really a problem. And logic bombs are just so awesome. Okay, time to finish the raffle. Let's see who's gonna win this. Are you ready, folks? We are going to pick the winner. The chances are fairly, well spread. Either this person or that person, because not that many people entered the raffle. Okay, Captain Nice, congratulations. The bots have spoken. Deuces Wild. Into that remote. That's a Mumbo Temple. Trashing it, getting a tag. Being able to remove it with Deuces Wild, which is a very nifty play here. Very elegant use of Deuces Wild. And they're controlling the situation, but the bookkeeper has sea sources in the deck. And of course, wherever there's a sea source, there's a reason for a sea source. In this particular deck, it's basically there to exchange information. And the beautiful part is you can, for example, exchange a scored 15 minutes that you can just score out of hand with a stolen global food, which is never a bad thing to do, right? So there is no kill in this deck. This deck operates basically on the sea sourcing into an exchange of information for the win, which Deer is aware of. But in order to be able to resist that, well, there's always this surefire way of just making a lot of money. Yeah, exchange of information, not much use right now at this very moment. There's no good targets for it, in a way. So you just basically, in this situation, if you're playing the exchange of information plan, you want the runner to steal a global food or a degree mill, but a global food would be probably a bit better. And then you just want to score a 15 minutes or an AR enhanced security and... oh, sorry, what am I saying? Well, yeah, basically you want to exchange a 1-pointer for a 3-pointer, thereby depriving the runner of points, getting your more points yourself, and winning this easier. And one of the key cards that could have helped in this plan is Lady Liberty, that has an amazing ability of just scoring, or not even scoring, excuse me, adding agendas from your HQ to your scored area. It's a brilliant card, very interesting design, very different. I really like cards that kind of take the paradigm of scoring or stealing and kind of twist it and just say, yeah, no, this is not scored, this is not stolen, this is just added because, you know, things happen, certain interactions happened, certain events occurred on the table, and this agenda is just added, so it doesn't really trigger all those scoring triggers, for example, or stealing triggers that agendas usually would do. But yeah. Apologies for the silence, just checking different channels to see what's going on, because we're in the very first day of the release. Still 20 plus minutes left in this round for this game. Krusty with a very important question in the chat. How about the next lockdown? So lockdown 14, will it be quite difficult to put ID numbers on the, well, basically ID costs on the new IDs, yeah. Will it be difficult? I don't know. Should we just should we just all set the new IDs at 5, for example? Would that be fair, you think? And then we just see if they go up or down? I don't know, personally. We'll see how that works out. Corroder and going for HQ. But yeah, I think putting the cost of IDs at 5 for starters, and then seeing what happens, and then let people, basically right now setting the cost for the IDs is very democratic. I just let people vote, and the majority vote decides if it goes up by 1 or by 2, or down by 1 or by 2, and that kind of self-regulates. So it's more like a stock market right now. Yeah, and also putting them at 5 allows you to play 2 new IDs if you're really into it. The ban list is going to be the ban list anyway, so yeah. I was also thinking of asking people not to put any of the new cards on the ban list for Lockdown 14, just to see how this could be working out. But yeah, we'll see. Oh, there was a bit of interaction in the chat and I missed it, sorry. I mean in the chat in the game, never mind. But yeah, we'll see. The top 5 players, actually, because I'm going to be including Deer in this as well, but Nimtsovich is not going to get away from the top 4 points and other things. I'm just going to award people the points based on their position. But yeah. And yeah, not putting new cards on the ban list. I mean, basically, I do care about people's opinions about cards, but also it's a fun casual tournament and I want people to be able to enjoy the new cards at first. So let's just have a first tournament and let's just see how wild these cards are in Lockdown, if at all, because I don't think they're overpowered or anything. And it's super exciting to see them in in the format in general. So based on that, the top 4 players of Lockdown 14 will probably be able to make some decisions and maybe ban some new cards. I don't know. But just not banning them for the first one would be cool, and then just, you know... I mean, ban Rezeki, that thing is just terrible. So both players here, by the way, on 1 point. Game, technically speaking, far from over, which I'm fine with. Over 20 minutes on the clock, or actually around 20 minutes on the clock. Which I'm also fine with. And yeah. Deer now setting up for a longer game, let's put it this way, with the data folding providing some money and the logic bombs just being useful for those Hail Mary runs. IP block on archives, and that's getting rezzed, and I'm wondering why. Probably just to tax the runner, probably just to take... Yeah, there's nothing really... fancied. Okay, you know, this is a tax. I mean, you do have to take care of both subroutines here in the case of Acme. So yeah, fair enough. And also, I just didn't see Bookkeeper's credit total, so absolutely worth rezzing for the tax. Place set of logic bombs on the table. Yeah, that's definitely a big logic bomb. Imagine if the band in Scott Pilgrim was called Logic Bomb. Because they were called something else, Babomb. If they were called Logic Babomb. Yeah, the sucker counters and the 2 credits because you have to pay for the subroutines with money in this case, and then getting a peek at R&D. I think it's worth it. It was a fair trade. And Bookkeeper wanted to make sure that the peek on R&D is not free. And here we go with the shell game again, server 10 and 11 going online again with new cards installed in there and a fully operational for extra value. Look at this. I mean, this card is just It is quite scary. But yeah, you get to do 4 things, which means you can go a long way up on the money, or just draw a lot of cards. But Bookkeeper going here for the money, I would say according to the plan, because you have cards you can res, you have extra remotes that can do things for you. More money means more options right now. Oh, they were called Sex Bomb. Okay, well, they could be called Logic Bomb. I do miss that movie, by the way. I should watch it again. It's one of my comfort movies. It's like my mental popcorn. I just love the way it breaks the fourth wall so many ways and so on, and yeah. Anyway. It is indeed a fantastic film, I agree. It's a very, very positive movie in my book. I don't have a book, but if I had a book and that movie would be in it, it would be on the bright side of the book. Rashida getting hers in server 10, so value and draw, and Bookkeeper now definitely gaining the momentum, potentially threatening a score soon. Which, yeah, this is only turn 14 now, so it's kind of this critical point in the game where it's gonna be... I mean, well, of course, some games just drag on forever, but no, we still have 17 minutes, so yeah, it's one of those critical points in the game where something will have to give. One side will have to start doing something. Either the runner is gonna start pushing and getting a bit more oppressive, or the corp will start working on some sort of a game plan development, because this is mid-game and this is the high time to actually get things rolling. MCG signing off. Thank you so much for being an awesome player and an awesome all-around person, and congrats on the gold medal in the escape room competition, by the way. And congrats on making top 4 once again. Oh, Bookkeeper saying I goofed it. Do we have any cards in Netrunner that say something about Goofy? We can undo. I've been goofing everything. We need some Goofy cards, so you can goof the Goofy card and then it's a double goof. It's a card goof. Anyway, on the turn, well, that's a serious thing. Like, we're undoing everything. But now, yeah, here comes the Jeeves. Here comes the Jeeves again. Daily business drawing additional cards. Rashida drawing additional cards. Everybody drawing additional cards and additional money and everything additional. And here we go, server 10. And here we go, that extra click. And that was the important play, because now... what happens now? Assume it's going to be a fully operational. Bam, number 2, of course. Okay, so Bookkeeper here now with 5 decisions to make. Basically going almost all for the money, but drawing 2 cards as well. So, splendid turn. That Jeeves running around with those martinis like the machine it is, and just delivering, be it cards or credits. And then Deer with a smorgasbord of servers to choose from, but going for HQ, because where are the agendas? Inquiring Bioroids want to know. This is a very interesting show-off, right? No, not show-off, sorry, what am I saying? Showdown, jeez. Wake up, man. But anyway, it's a very interesting showdown between a Bioroid that's just kind of this rough, kind of a, you know, criminal kind of a, according to the lore of Netrunner and whatnot, kind of a entity just going around and looking for answers and whatnot, kind of a living on the edge and outside of society and whatnot entity. And there's this, on the other hand, we have this Jeeves model Bioroid just going, very good, sir, and serving you drinks. EOI is live. Yep. This is it. Now you can see source and exchange of information for 3 points. But would you? This is the question. I mean, this is something that is an option now. But that is the question. I mean, of course, you could do it. But maybe you should still score some extra points and then just exchange. And I don't know. I mean, exchanging 1 point for 3 still puts the runner on 2 and you on 3, which is not a bad thing. But then again, well, I don't know. It's a very surgical play to make. So Bookkeeper now has the option on the table, which is good for the corp. But you have to time it right to get the best out of it. And yeah, we're still well over 10 minutes. With well over 10 minutes left in the round. So yeah, Bookkeeper keeping that option on the table. Oh no, here we go. That's, oh sorry, excuse me. What was I even thinking about? Because of course the sea source also in exchange will still open a window for you to, for example, trash a resource. So first of all, the Ares gets swapped. But now the trashes don't give you a tag. So this is also another thing to remember. The tempo change happens. I'm free, says finally. Yeah, but what happens now? What do you trash? You have a tag on the runner and you can trash any. I'm gonna trash so much stuff. I mean, that's the thing, yeah. You can still trash, for example, the daily casts for added value. That would be nasty. Now you know I'm a nasty person because that's basically what Bookkeeper did. I'm so sorry for the daily casts. It's like, hey, I'm gonna start a podcast. And then you get deleted. And the corp is like, nope. You're still making 3 credits easy peasy at the start of a turn because Rezeki is disgusting and data folding is helping. And look at that rig. I mean, it's kind of decent, right? You can basically run through any server at least once. There shall be casting. You shall not stop me. I shall be casting. So this is a story of Adam, the outlawed Bioroid on the run, trying to become a independent kind of underground media star, and then his cousin Jeeves just serving drinks to people, and Adam just going like, listen brother, you should stop serving drinks and, you know, rise up and stick it to the human and whatnot. And Jeeves is like, I'm sorry, I'm too busy being efficient here, so no go, have a martini and, you know, on the house. Server 10 getting approached. I don't know what's gonna happen. Throw off the shackles of serving drinks, brother. Indeed, throw off the shackles of serving thirsty humans that are just basically meat sacks that need nourishment. And, you know, you as a Bioroid, you don't. You just plug your batteries in or whatever. Anyway, server 10 getting poked, and here comes the big reveal. It's a Mamba. Deer terribly low on credits, and this is probably a score. Ay. Bookkeeper looking much better in this situation, money wise, points wise. Basically also, I don't know, like board state wise, they both have nicely splayed cards in many different colors and with many different values on them, so they're both in a good state, I would say. But yeah, Bookkeeper on game point, Deer not so much, not anymore, not after that exchange of information and whatnot. Giving them a 9-minute warning just so that they know what's up. Mamba Temple getting rezzed. Here comes the Hydra. Hail Hydra. I actually like to call this ice hydrant because it's kind of like water there. You know, like the blue, the absolutely amazing and mind-blowing illustration by Liga Smilskalne, who's great for cyberspace art, and not only. There is some water. So it's basically 5 dogs trying to drink water from a hydrant. That's why it's called hydrant. They just didn't print the NT because that's a lot of ink, and they were trying to be cool and save some ink, so it's a hydra instead. But I'm pretty sure it's a hydrant, like, trust me. Server 13 popping up. What does this mean? That this is lockdown 13, and this is server 13. I think Bookkeeper gets the 13 award, and also the third fully operational hits the table, and that means that A, no more fully operationals, and B, that's what 6 decisions? Disgusting. But anyway, Bookkeeper is back in the money. Server 13 is a new server, so Deer going for a poke with 20 credits. That's a second hydrant. So that's basically like a street. You have a street with a lot of things happening on it, and you have hydrants on the corners. Going for server 15 is this an agenda. No, that's a daily business show that has to be trashed, but no tags because Ares is no longer on the corp side of things. And that's not a problem. That daily business show was basically a ruse probably behind that Hydra, just to say, hey, listen, why don't you run through it and just burn some resources and stuff. But Deer, this is just so good, like so much money. You don't have to worry about money at all, and you have all the data sucker tokens as well. Thing is, you don't have much in terms of breakers. But poking the HQ for that single card. What is the single card? That is the question. It is a Data Raven. Ooh. So time to poke R&D, but that could be painful. Angolo, and this is changing a lot now. Basically, Hydras become not cheap to break. Not at all. You have to gatify them. Codify them? You have to codify them. And then you have to still pump Angolo for strength, which is cheap enough because 2 plus 4, it's great. And then 3. So it's for a net of 7, plus of course the install, you do get in, but that's a Maryland campaign. So Bookkeeper just rusing the hell out of Deer here with those econ cards hiding behind econ, or well, basically tech cards hiding behind that Hydra. And the agenda, and we've all know that all along, is on server 12, right? Or is it? Femme Fatale, cool card to have as well, especially against hydrants. Hydras. Okay, I'm gonna refer to the cards the way they're named. I promise, for the next 2 minutes, and then I'm probably gonna change my mind. It's gonna be hydrant again. But anyway, those daily business shows that we've seen. I mean, the one that has been there on server 9 for quite a while, doing a heck of ton of work. Like, it's just filtering that R&D. Click after click after click. Second in hand, by the way. Yeah. 2 FAMs in Adam's hand. And that is good to know because FAM is not cheap. That is true. But once it hits the table, it hits the table. And it has cool abilities. Coupled with the setup we have on the table, and basically we have all the breakers. We have a fractor, we have a decoder, and we have a killer. The only thing that's missing is some agenda points here. Deer going for R&D. They definitely want to get some points, and of course HQ is empty. Server 12 and 13 don't look interesting. So where do you go? R&D. Oh, it's a misclick. Oh, that was. Oh, okay. Yeah, that was an archives run. Roll 4 counters and for a poke. Cheap to get in. peeking on the top card of R&D and learning what the corp is going to draw with the mandatory draw, or whether it's actually worth going through that Hydra for a total of 7 credits. We are going through that Hydra, so deer saw something interesting. Oh, of course, I forgot that you can just engolo things. Oh, sorry, not only engolo things, but you can data sucker engoloed things. Make it much cheaper, and then accessing. What are they accessing? It's a degree mill, which is scary, but on the other hand, yeah, I'm free again. This is basically about the liberation of Adam. Throwing off the shackles of old threats and all the other stuff. Also, getting an MU limit and a hand size of scary amounts. You're saying, F it. That's what it's called. That's what I call independent thinking. Yeah, we're definitely getting the independent thinking side of it. Going for the data raven. Ooh, that's already a tag on you, but you take another one. Probably logic bomb. Yep, we're bypassing the Hydra. And how did they know it's an agenda? Wow. Deer using special magic powers. I mean, well, of course, this was a great guess, because why the hell would you leave an agenda in HQ? The moment it hit server 13, it's like, yeah, that is a... Okay, I'm jumping out, and now that I have the result of this, well, you all know what that means, right? We have the finalists. Okay, are we ready for this? What is this? All of a sudden only 37 games on JNet? What are people sleeping or something? So by the way, we have the top 4 slowly shaping up. And excuse me for being a silly goose and clicking in all the wrong directions with all the wrong things. We're having a bit of a break. I'll be back in a second as well. Deer is taking a time out. I need to refill my water, so I'll be back in a second. Although it's going to be running first, corping in the second game. If that happens, we're going to go into the final of the finals of the finals of the finals. Exciting. Everybody's running out of diesel. Yeah, I'm just like, everybody needs a break. I'll be back in a second with some fresh water in my beautiful mug. Okay, I'm back. They're back. Everybody's back. Let's do this. So the final game is untimed. And here we are. We have two players that have been present in, well, basically in the format for some time already. They have experience in playing in this particular setup. And we'll see what they can do about this, huh? All bets are off, actually. I have no idea. Both players here, not by accident. Both players with interesting decks. That harpsichord, we all know what the trick is. But the part of the trick is that it doesn't really matter. You could have a very good deck, and if you just fall for the wrong cards... Oh, here we go, that's an AR. Okay, this is not a good start, but Deer's trying to remedy this with a Rashida. An extra draw. I wonder how big of a rig will Sunny need here to deal with potential threats. Hard to say. That's a deal. That's Junebug. I sound like an ad, sorry. Well, But I think right now, Odol's game plan is basically, well, get as many agendas as fast as possible, but of course access as many cards as possible as well in order to trash the potential threats like the Mushin June bugs as much as possible to get them out of the way. And yeah, there's one June bug of 3 out of it, so that's cool. The franchise city being out, that also doesn't help Deer achieve their plan. And all Harpsichord games that I remember are usually fast affairs, because you either get the runner to mistake some or misplay some things and you get to those 7 points before they do, or they just die to your terrible shenanigans, or they slowly but surely get to 7 points because of, well, there we go. That's an award bait. Oh, that's nice. Award bait is a brilliant agenda for Harpsichord. Is the agenda for Harpsichord, one could say. Which is so good. I mean, basically released in the same set, of course, so why wouldn't it be a good matchup? Or, sorry, a good combo. Server 3 could be a June bug, or it could be an agenda. DBS getting rezzed. Probably gonna get trashed next round, but then again, oh no, there is no Ares on the corpse side, so yeah, most likely getting trashed. If that's a Beal, that would be so good for Deer, yeah. Thing is, knowing Odol, he might just be poking. Oh no, he won't be poking that. That's actually scored. That is an award bait. Which is not ideal, but you want to get it out of the way anyway. So both players now at 4 points, and this is reaching that stage where it's exciting. And we're in turn 5, and both players are on 4 points. This is a Harpsichord game here, folks. Rashida getting trashed. With impunity. And Dreamnet and Sunny is just... no comments. I mean, it's a card meant for Sunny, obviously. White Hat. We do know for a fact that Olo also has black hats. Junebug, exchange information, 15 minutes. Yeah, going for that 15 minutes. It only takes a click to shuffle it back into R&D, and that's probably what Deer... well, I mean, what else would you do, right? Depends on the draw, I guess. Yeah, there we go. 15 minutes going back into R&D, both players still on 4 points. Why do you shuffle that? Again, because if the runner is on 5 agenda points, that's basically match point here. Although not surely, of course, because there are still 1 pointers, but you're not helping yourself if you're keeping, if you're letting the runner stay in the match point zone, you know, 1 round longer than they should be. Accessing a Mushin no Shin, going for a DBS, so the daily business show getting trashed, rightly so. Beautiful new art as well. David Lay doing a great job on those cards. And here we go. I mean, we have Sunny just discarding breakers, because you don't need breakers. You need... if you're Odol here, you have to transfer your Jinteki Sai powers into guessing what the hell is going on that table. Like, on the other side of that table. Be it virtual or not. And here we go, donuts. Oh, that was... wow. Wow. I mean, are you for real? You run a 4 advanced card and it's an AR enhanced security. Knowing that there are 3 Junebugs in this deck. Well, okay, maybe right now only 2, but still. So yeah, Odal on 5, Deer on 4. There's a Nexus on the table, but, well, the money difference... Kind of hard to say what could happen here. Odal going for HQ, getting a Mushin no Shin from there. No other interaction other than getting money, which is crucial for example, running through a piece of ice with that security Nexus. So will there be a poke for Silver 1 or not? There will be. That's a Data Raven. Oh, that could be a QPM. If that's a quantum predictive model, that goes to Deer. Although when you bypass the ice, you actually... Oh no, that's a daily business show. Okay. If you bypass the ice, you don't encounter it. So actually QPM would not trigger. Would not get... Okay, bummer. Oh, News Team. That's probably a -1 point. Although if you're on 5 points, but then you only have 1 click left. But then the corp doesn't have much credits. What do you do? But because then there's exchange of information, so you take this as a -1 point. All those different things, right? Actually, I forgot to check again if Deer has an exchange of information, but I'm pretty sure they have. I mean, why wouldn't you, right? Duh, 3 copies off. Like, not having an exchange of information in a Harpsichord deck is a gross misplay. Explodapalooza, oh, 6 points! That is not good. And office supplies, oof. Odal is definitely doing all the right things here. The Deer is not giving up. Could be a Junebug. Could be an agenda. Come and play. Now, when Odals is thinking, that means I'm using my psi powers to psi power whether this is an agenda or not. I mean, basically, no, it's a calculation. Do I draw up to 8 and run this? Because if it's a Junebug, I lose those cards. Do I try to go for R&D? Is there a point in poking HQ? And so on and so forth. I think running R&D is not a bad thing here. I mean, 6 points, that means... I don't know, well, Odo's going to draw up and go for that. Junebug or no Junebug? That's a Junebug! Woo! Ton of cards for net damage, but you stop the Junebug menace, and this is the second of 3 Junebugs. So we're still in the game, basically halfway through the deck. Sweeps, sweeps for 1. Okay, was we had a sweeps for 0 the other game. This is sweeps for 1. I'm wondering what's the story here. Going for the Data Raven, Security Nexus. You could actually pump it, right? Oh, that's a Beal, and that's a game! Whoa! Oh my, oh my. Asking straight in the chat for the game if they're going to be up for a chat. If they say no, that's... Yeah. Okay, cool. So I'm just going to drag those people into my Actually, no, let's not drag them in here. They do not deserve being dragged anywhere. Deserve as in they don't, yeah, like they deserve some peace and quiet where we already are. They shouldn't be dragged anywhere. They're nice people. So I'm just gonna jump into table 1 maybe. Let's just see if I'm able to pull this one off. Hello, hello, hello. Hello. Good evening, morning, afternoon, night. All those different wild times.
Hey.
Hey. Thank you so much for playing. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you so much for everything. This has been quite exciting, I have to say. And I think I just broke Cobra, but never mind.
I have a question.
Absolutely.
Is the first time in lockdown history that a player hasn't lost a single game. I think if I'm right, Odal, you got a perfect score.
Well, apart from the ID and the final round of Swiss with you, I think that might be correct.
Yeah. That's so neat.
That's probably, I mean, congrats on a great run, indeed, fantastic job. But yeah, I'm just wondering, I actually have no idea, and you might be right. This could be it. Like I said, this is the luckiest lockdown, so things happen. There's a new meta and whatnot happening behind our backs, and here we are. And I just broke Cobra again. I'm just saying that this just happened, but never mind. That's not a big deal.
Yeah, I feel like luck was definitely on my side. I mean, you've seen all the side games on stream, and luck was definitely on my side. But I have a theory about that. I mean, it was the last tournament of Nisei Division, and I have a strong belief that all the universe and the gods of Sai were actually rooting for me.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, I haven't seen you lose a single side game on stream, so that's true. What else haven't we seen? Yeah, we haven't seen you lose a game in general, so yeah, that's also not too bad. And basically, what do you have to say concerning your picks, maybe, like, quickly? And what do you think is gonna happen with the new meta? Because I think that's the scary big question in the room that nobody knows the answer for.
Yeah, so as for my picks, Nisei Division was an obvious one, as I love the ID. And as for the runner, I figure it's going to be quite a number of Acme in the meta. So there needed to be a clear way to just deal with that award. And Paperclip obviously isn't in town for this one. So the security nexus turned out to be the answer that worked pretty well. So that's for me. For you, dear?
So for me, the decision, I wanted to do at least one retiring corporation or runner. And after going through the retirees, Harpsichord was a low ID point and seemed to fit well enough with the meta, mostly because falsified credentials and Stargates were both banned. So I picked that for that reason. This is the first tournament I've ever run Mushin Notion, and I can tell you, having now run a tournament with it, I can see why people hate it. Like, a lovely, I think it fulfills an amazing space in its niche, but it does it so well that it can be worrisome. So that was like fun. I'm glad to say goodbye to Mushin Notion with it causing so many headaches. With regards to the runner, as you'd see if you look at the big thing that the previous lockdown council decided to remove was win conditions. So yeah. I felt like a smart aleck and picked Adam, because Adam is his own win condition. He's got 3 cards which function like a win condition in and of themselves. which I thought was an interesting niche. Again, I before like this tournament had never played Adam before, so I spent about a week beforehand learning like how Adam worked. And this is now the last mini faction I have like looked into. So I can tell you, I really hope whenever the next rotation happens, the mini factions don't go.
I see. Yeah, I mean, it must have been an interesting experiment to learn a new, especially with the directives and whatnot, a new archetype for this. And I have to say, looking at the color pie for today, it really looked very interesting. Shapers were severely underrepresented, only one, Jasminder, there, and nothing else. But all the other factions were there. We had an Apex, we had Sunnies, we had an Adam, and Criminals were there as well. A lot of Azes, and yeah, on the Corp side, also a big mix. So I'm very happy to see people just kind of taking like a nostalgia trip through some of their through some of the cards, for some of the IDs, and just saying, hey, I'm not going to be playing this for a while now, unless I go into Eternal. Let's see what I can still squeeze out of this for lockdown. And yeah, that looks very nice. What do you think? What do you think will be the big challenge for the new meta coming in, and how are we going to fit this into lockdown? Any ideas?
Well, it's going to be a little bit tough. I feel like a lot of people are going to go horizontal, with Spin Doctor being like a junior Jackson Howard. So that's going to happen. I'm actually very curious about the new IDs. I mean, apart from the their powers in themselves, it would be difficult to factor in the fact that they are pretty much all 40 card IDs, which in lockdown might be a factor, as it's a format where you have to put in some bad cards, and with smaller decks you just will need to include fewer bad cards in there. So perhaps that might be an interesting aspect here.
As we saw by the Netrunner DB post on Tau, if anyone's read that, no one has any idea which of the runners and the corpse are good or bad yet. So I'm super curious, like, how that's going to affect where they end up being ranked. Someone suggested they should all be at 0 points.
Yeah, that's a possibility. I think going for 5 would be interesting too, just to see, you know, if they could be just kind of, okay, you play 2 new IDs, that's 10 points. Or then maybe they could be cheaper. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe 0 points is the right starting point, and then we just adjust it accordingly as a group. I don't know. I'm also curious about the cards, because I think the new cards, they're nowhere near on the scary scale of saying, you know, like this one card defines the meta right now or anything like that, because we just started playing with them. So probably not banning anything is going to be a good move, and just seeing how things shake out in the first 1 or 2 tournaments, and then people are going to have some opinions. I don't know. From your experience, have you already played a lot of games with the new cards, or have you got like some favorites, or?
Not quite. I mean, I'm still trying to tune up my smoke for the new meta. So that's definitely going to happen. But I have a feeling like clearing house is going to be a powerhouse, and very much intended. And, other than that, it's too early to tell. But I have a feeling like the next week is going to bring us a few answers.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I think on the whole, Clearinghouse, I think, is going to be a very Wayland-defining card. I've already played a couple of Jemison decks, which I think may be able to rise above Jank level, and become like really playable now that Wayland has. It's not a perfect analogy, but an in-house Ronin.
Yeah.
Is going to make that deck, I think, a lot scarier. I think we're undoubtedly going to see the 3 new runners, Renee, Tau, and Zaya. I will say, and to be clear, I don't think I have any bans this cycle because I got 5th. But if I were to do banning, I think targeting the cards that work for those runners but aren't in System Gateway is what makes the most sense. So I'd be super curious how, for instance, Renee deck looks without Friday Chip.
Okay.
That's interesting. One interesting factor, I think, is that now we have a lot of economy for the runner, especially also for the corp. So to find experiments like we had in lockdown before with just banning some of the economy, like hedge fund sure gambles, is going to be a little bit more difficult now. But I feel like it's actually a good thing. But you no longer have to put like all the available economy into your decks. Now you can actually mix and match. So that's going to be something I'm looking forward to, just creating decks for the new formats.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I mean, yeah, same here, and I'm going to spend a lot of the coming week, like starting probably tomorrow, looking into the cards, reading them all together and whatnot, because spoiler season is gone and now everything is here. But as long as you cannot play with everything, and as long as you cannot just spend some extra time actually playing, it's really hard to say what's going to happen. But your picks, like Clearinghouse, yeah, definitely a lot of strong cards out there to see what they're going to do with the meta. And I think there's the GLC tournament starting as well this week, so that's going to be quite interesting to see what's going to happen there. I think for Lockdown 14 we're going to see some interesting builds, and I'm really excited about it. Like the next few weeks are going to be super exciting, and then we'll see what happens. Okay, so any last minute shoutouts, because we're going to keep this short for everybody's sake. Any last minute shoutouts? I don't know. Anything else you would like to say before we disconnect and head out?
Okay, so just one big shout out to Kuba, aka Bookkeeper, with whom we trained together for this tournament, and he also did really well. So good games and well played, Kuba.
Oh, those decks were amazing and terrifying. The Acme deck especially was so good, and the amount, I think during the last game, Bookkeeper got a bingo point in getting, I think, 7 hits on a fully operational. Also, since they aren't around right now, I think it's probably worth giving a shout out to Nimzowitch.
Yeah.
I hope when you wake up in the morning you feel relaxed and ready to enjoy some really cool Netrunner games.
Yeah, I mean, there were some really cool appearances, but by people who have either been playing for a long time or who just picked the game up like a few months ago or few tournaments ago, and they're just having a lot of time with it. So this is really, really cool. We had people in their first tournaments, in their second tournaments and whatnot. Really looking forward to more players joining, and we've already seen a huge uptick today. There were quite a few games happening on JNet, even despite the technical troubles. Thank you, by the way, so much for sticking around while we were trying to see what's going to happen with the servers. And yeah, super, super big congratulations to both of you for showing once again that you're in the top 4 for reasons, be it very good side talents or just a very good deck building and very good fundamentals coupled with wild plays. And yeah, we'll be in touch about Lockdown 14 then. Thank you so much for playing. And yeah, this is going to be a brave new world with Gateway and Startup and whatnot happening right there. So looking forward to exploring the meta with you as well. Thank you so much once more, and well, what can I say? Talk to you soon, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much, the Vesper, for running the tournament again. And yeah, always be running, and see you around.
Cheers.
Yeah, have a great one. Okay, so that was a short and sweet and fast finalist chat, because let's be honest, it's won something here. And even though Deer they have the bonus of being, like East Coast and whatnot, or whatever coast of the place where it's actually not that late just yet. Some coast. But anyway, no, of course, East Coast. But like, it's all cool. But geez, that was a solid chunk of Netrunner before the technical break, and now after the technical break as well. So we're going to call this a night or a day for everybody. But yeah, bravo Kuba, bravo Odal, as we have in the chat. Good night, guys, from Krusty. Good night to everybody. Thank you so much for making this happen once again with me as well, because you've helped. How many matches reported in lockdown since I started using the form? 546 games reported. Well, more or less. That's a big chunk of games, huh? Okay, anyway. Keep your eyes peeled for things happening later this new week. There will be a ton of streams. I'm going to be reminding people everywhere I can, starting tomorrow morning when I wake up. I'm going to go to some social media and start shouting around. And I'm just going to pull it up here on my own screen just to remember what I should direct you for. But yeah, the latest update is that tomorrow, actually today, or on the 29th of March, Abulia Savant is going to be streaming on Twitch. And the same goes for the 30th and the 31st. And we're going to also have Lisa in Wonderland joining on the 30th and 31st. There's going to be Knuckle Guy on 31st as well. And HBFL GBRM, also known as Clusterfox, basically. So those people are going to be streaming things around Startup, around Gateway, around the new cards, and not only, for the next 3 days. And then on the 1st of April, I'm going to be joining the fray, hopefully trying to pull off a wild 24-hour long stream. We'll see how that works. Maybe I'll just run out of coffee midway and fall asleep. I don't know. And then we're going to have on the 2nd of April, New Andes joining in as well, with a Spanish language stream, which is going to be loads of fun. The folks from New Andes are absolutely awesome. I'll try to watch as long as I'm not asleep after my 24-hour marathon. And then on the 3rd of April, we're going to have Mr. Cowbird himself, also known as Sanjay, and Insangrin running a tournament. Mr. Cowbird is going to be doing... So Sanjay is going to be doing a marathon run? No, what is speed running? How many games will it take for Sanjay to win with all the new IDs? That's an interesting challenge. Isengren is going to be running a tournament. And we're going to have also Akira, also known as Netscape Navigator, or NTS Cape Navigator, because NTS is NTSC, right? NTSC Ape Navigator. Well, not sorry. Apologies for the puns. But NTSC is a TV format, you know, from the US. Well, anyway. Netscape Navigator running a stream as well on the new cards and playing and doing things and whatnot. And then there will be more streams announced. And this is just the part that I do know of, because I ask people to, you know, just wave at me if they want to talk about sharing this information with others and basically promoting other people's streams, cross-promoting. But there will still be a lot of other people. There will be, well, all the other people have been streaming so far. Probably streaming, huh? We had quite a few streams happening today already because of the premiere of System Gateway officially being released and whatnot. So a lot of good stuff already happening. So keep your eyes peeled for good content out there. It's gonna be fun. And all the podcasts, I'm not even mentioning that. We're definitely going through a renaissance right now, thanks to all of you, because you've been a great pillar of this community, or a ton of different pillars of this community, and you've been keeping it up for so long. Thank you so much. I am shutting up. I am going to sleep. I should be going to sleep, right? Yeah, exactly. So, have a good one. Always be running. Take care, and don't let anybody lock you down, huh?